Did everybody make it safely? So we are on day 3, which is supposed to be the final day of the preliminary hearing for our guy, DeAndre Brooks, who is accused of allegedly unaliving his girlfriend, who has been missing since January 2nd. Now, keep in mind, we don't. Oh, am I still muted, Father? I don't know. So just keep in mind that we do not have a body yet. They have not found this young lady at this point in time. So, but they do have a lot of evidence pointing to Mr. DeAndre, right? So right now, this is day 3 where all the evidence is being presented to the judge to determine if the state has enough and actually to take him to trial. Right? So without further ado, I won't keep us out of the courtroom. Of course, you know, they started earlier today. So I don't want to stop that. So I am going to go ahead and put us directly into the courtroom so we can start to see. And what is DeAndre going to do today? We had Daryl Brooks, right? Who was a complete butt donkey. And while he was going through trial, now we have a DeAndre Booker. Remember, this is the same guy that wanted to stand the entire time and stare down witnesses as they testified. And then the next day in trial, he decided that he didn't even want to get dressed. So he had to do it from Zoom from his cell. Boy, I can't with these people. That's what I could tell you. So let's see what we got going on in regards to his day 3. Let's see if he even makes it to the courtroom.
Issue with him last week, and Mr. Lane, I asked that you talked to him this morning, and you've done that, is that correct?
I have, Your Honor, and my client does wish to waive his right to be physically present and would like to have the same setup as last week Friday, where he can see and hear the proceedings, and I would ask that kind of be the same thing as we did last week.
Thank you. He knows that he has a constitutional right to be present. His behavior warranted him not being in the courtroom last week. Did he tell you how he's going to act if he is brought into the courtroom?
He did indicate that there may be some disruption. I told him that I would have to, I was obligated to pass it on to Your Honor. And he also said he would prefer not to be in the court.
Based on those statements made by your client, then we'll proceed without him being physically in the courtroom. He is in our jail cell. He is on Zoom, although we will not bring him. We won't have him present on our screen, and you can also hear the proceedings. And I was also informed that after the court date on Friday, sometime this week, you did attempt to talk to him about the proceedings. In fact, you indicated to the court in chambers that you gave him a synopsis, at least, as to what took place. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Even though he would not see me personally, the people at the jail were kind enough to allow me to give him a letter that I wrote. He acknowledged today that he read the letter I wrote of the summary of all the things that happened last week, and particularly summations of the witness testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. With that, are the parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Sounds like maybe we get.
Any idea why that's happening?
Yes, behind his.
My volume is mute.
My volume is mute.
Try to make him hear us. I need to take care of that. How's that? It's I think
Can you hear me now?
I think we're fine now.
Okay,
I needed you, you're on this.
okay.
People call Payne Barksdale.
Am I assuming that will be taken off the screen? here?
Yes, can you take that off the screen?
Thank you. Hold on.
Defendant's still able to view the
Yes.
proceedings.
Watch your step, please.
Good morning. You may have a seat. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, so help you God. Say your name, please.
Payne Barksdale.
Spell your first and last name, please.
Payne, Payne, Barksdale, B-A-R-K-D, sorry, Barksdale, B-A-R-K-S-D-A-L-E.
Ms. Stewart.
Good morning. I am gonna ask you to speak up. Your voice is a little soft and we just all need to be able to hear you, okay? Ms. Mean, do you know someone by the name of DeAndre Booker?
Yes.
I'm gonna put up what is People's Exhibit 95. If you would just take a look at the screen, in just a moment. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, that's DeAndre.
That's DeAndre Booker.
Yes,
Who is DeAndre in relation to you?
my uncle.
Is this someone that you're related by blood,
No, that's my adopted uncle.
adopted uncle?
Yes,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
that's my adopted uncle.
It's gonna be a little harder for us because of whose hands, so if you might
Talk a
have,
little loud.
yeah, you might have to feel like
Okay,
you're yelling, but
sorry.
it's okay, we need to hear you, okay? So, describe your relationship with DeAndre.
He's an emotional support system in my life. Whenever I need anything, I was going through a divorce. So I can call him and he's there. If I need money, if he needs to come get me, whatever. He never really came to get me for anything, but he always sent me money for food or Ubers for work, whatever I may need him, he always stepped in.
Were you close your whole lives?
Yes.
And you were in contact with him your whole life?
Yes, and then maybe around my high school years, we lost touch, and then we rekindled last year in August.
How long would you say you lost touch for?
It's been like 10, 11 years since I've been out of high school, so yeah,
About
That
10
long?
years you didn't
Yes.
talk to the defendant?
yes,
And then you said you reconnected last summer.
yes, in August.
So did you talk to the defendant at the beginning of this year, January 2nd, 2025?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He called me and he said that he needed his friend vehicle to be removed from his apartment complex because he didn't want to get in trouble.
Now, his apartment complex, had you ever been there before?
No, that was my first time.
Do you know the address?
No, I do not.
Do you know what city it's in?
Roseville?
So he called you and said he needed help with moving a car, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yes.
It was a coworker. It was a male coworker. He said that he had went to his house. The car wasn't registered, so it didn't have any plates. He had just bought the vehicle. He didn't have a license, and so with me having a license, he wanted me to drive it to his coworker's house. He said the cops was hot in that area, so me having a license, if I was to get pulled over, I wouldn't get in trouble.
Okay.
So that was
So at some point on January 2nd of this year, did you go to the defendant's apartment?
yes. He requested Uber.
Who requested it?
DeAndre requested Uber from me from my apartment to go to his apartment.
Okay, so you took an Uber that was requested by the defendant to his apartment?
Yes.
What happens when you get to his apartment?
I called him and he meets me outside. He asked me for a hug. And then he said, well, let me go back in and get the keys.
So at the time, without giving us an exact address, where were you living?
Downtown,
Downtown what city?
Detroit.
Detroit. Oh. So you take an Uber from Detroit to his apartment,
Yes.
and then you said he met you outside?
Yes.
At that time, did you go inside his apartment?
No.
So what happens when he meets you outside?
He gave me a hug and then he said, let him go back in and get the keys.
So what do you do when he goes back in?
I wait
Where
on the
did you wait?
walkway.
Outside?
Yes.
At some point, does he come back out?
Yes, he come back out with the keys and we take the walkway and then we go to the parking lot.
So I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what People's Exhibit 4. You could just take a look at the screen in a minute. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
This is the parking lot from the back of the apartment building.
Who's the apartment?
DeAndre's.
Is this where you met up with him on January 2nd?
Not the parking lot, no. The walkway of the front of his apartment.
But this area is what I mean. This apartment complex, this parking lot, this area, that's where you met up with the defendant that day?
The front of it, not the back of
The front of it?
it.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember, was it morning, afternoon, evening,
12.
12 in the morning or afternoon?
Afternoon. Could be almost 1.
I'm just gonna have you watch this video. All right. So right now, we see 2 people in the video. Do you recognize either or both of those?
That is DeAndre and me.
Which one are you?
The one with the baby blue jacket, and that's DeAndre with the black jacket.
So what is happening here?
I'm telling him I don't feel good. Do he mind if he drive and I would just be in the car with him?
Was he okay with that?
Oh, no. No.
So we see you walking over to the passenger side, is that correct?
Yes.
That's when you were telling him you didn't feel well?
Yes.
So what are you doing right now?
Getting in the car.
Which side?
The driver's side.
Where does the defendant get in?
He get in the passenger side after he go check to see that there isn't any place, and he taps the trunk, and then he gets in the passenger.
So when you get in the car with the defendant, what happens? Does he say anything?
Yes, he tells me that when I pull out, to make a left.
Do you know where you're going at this time?
No.
So how do you know where to drive?
He just tells me.
So he gives you the directions?
Yes.
So we're watching the video. What's happening here?
I'm pulling out of the parking lot. And then he's telling me to go left this is where I get nervous, where I almost come close to a car and it's about to come up soon. Right before I pull out, another car is gonna come. Let me see, it's gonna come up. You see where I'm pulling out and that car is coming?
Right, so you make a left out of the parking lot,
Yes.
correct? And then, does the defendant tell you where to go from there?
Yes, once I get to the light to make another left.
So where do you go after that?
After I turn at the light,
Yes.
I make a left and then I keep going straight at the next light. And then maybe 2 to 3 minutes after the next light, I turn into an apartment complex.
Do you know what apartment complex that is?
Is this one that goes on?
I want to say golf.
Is this something you remember or are you guessing?
No,
It's just-
I remember.
You remember? Okay.
Yes.
Have you been to that apartment complex before?
No.
Now the first time that you've ever
The
been
whole
there.
file
Yes.
if you want. Okay.
What did you do when you pulled into the apartment complex?
I initially parked in residence because he told me that his friend stayed there with his girlfriend, but he said that his friend wasn't on the lease, so I'll have to park in visitors.
So when you said you initially pulled into the residence area, did you park the car then?
Yes.
And then what happened after you parked the car in the residence area?
He told me to pull out and park in visitors.
So you had to pull out, park in a different spot?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 88. We have a stipulation.
I'm assuming this is the
Vehicle part.
Vehicles in there.
Mr. Jones's, surveillance camera.
No,
No,
it's a photo.
these are just the photos of the car.
The car, the photos, yes. Showing you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 88. Do you recognize this car?
Yes.
What car is this? Or what car do you recognize that to be?
A silver Malibu?
Is this the car you drove that day with the defendant?
Yes.
We move for admission of people's exhibit 88.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It will be admitted.
Thank you. And then this is people's exhibit 89. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I recognize the car.
Do you recognize the car?
Yes.
Which car is this?
The Malibu.
The Malibu that you drove that day, January 2nd,
Yes.
with the defendant.
Yes.
Move for admission of people's proposed exhibit 89.
No objections, Your
It
Honor.
will be admitted.
And then we have people's proposed exhibit 90. What is this? Do you recognize it?
I recognize the car. I didn't park it like that.
So what car do you recognize it to be?
I recognize the car as a silver Malibu, but I didn't back in like that.
But this is the car that you drove on January 2nd with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Move for admission of people's proposed exhibit 90, Your Honor.
No objection.
It will be admitted.
So after you park the car in the visitors area, what happens next?
We wait. I was on the phone with my twin sister at the time. He was texting someone. And then maybe like 5 to 10 minutes later, he asked me to get off the phone with my sister. And then he said, the Uber is here. And then I asked him, is your friend or your friend girlfriend going to come out and thank me for bringing a car? They don't want to know who drove their car. And he said that his friend wasn't there and the girlfriend wasn't coming down.
So were you aware that he was ordering another Uber? Did you know that was going on?
No.
So what happens next?
Once we get out the car, he told me to hand him the keys.
Did you give him the keys?
Yes.
What happens
And
next?
I said, so what are we going to do with the keys? He said that his friend told him to leave it on the seat.
Did you ever see
I'm
those keys
sorry, his
again?
friend said to leave it, right?
On the seat?
Thank you.
Did you ever see the keys again after you handed them over to the defendant?
No.
So what happened next?
The Uber pulled up and it's a white Tesla.
Did you get an Uber?
Right before we got into the Uber, he goes to the dumpster.
Who's he?
DeAndre.
What happens next?
He put something in the dumpster.
And then what happened?
Then we get into the Uber.
Who got into the Uber with you?
Me and DeAndre, and we went back to his apartment.
What happens when you go back to his apartment?
Once we go inside, He shows me around. He gave me a tour of the place.
What do you remember, if anything, from, let's start with the living room. Is there anything that stood out to you?
Yes, the living room rug.
Tell me about that.
It was like a light pink peach rug. It was kind of scrunched up. It wasn't laying flat on the ground. That's the only thing that really stuck out to me. And there's 2 love seats. One was up against the wall, and one was kind of facing the front door.
The love seats, do they have pillows, just general, normal looking couches?
Yes, they have pillows.
Was the living room neat? Was it dirty, messy, anything that
It
you
was-
remember?
It was neat aside from the rug.
What happened while you're at the apartment?
After he gave me a tour, I told him I need to use the bathroom. He told me to wait, and he goes in and clean up some more.
So he told you to wait before you could use the restroom?
Yes,
Did you think anything of that at the time?
not really. I just know I wasn't feeling good, so I'm like, I don't know if he was just trying to clean it before I walked in. I didn't think nothing of it at the moment. No.
So, do you go to use the restroom?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what's been admitted as People's Exhibit 22. Is this what the defendant's bathroom looked like when you used it on January 2nd?
No.
What's different about it?
There was not a towel. There was a blue shower curtain.
The shower curtain, was it open or shut?
It was shut with the big bird in the middle and animals and flowers coming out from the side of the bird.
So you do remember seeing a blue shower curtain that was shut, meaning covering the tub?
Yes.
Anything else look different?
There was no bleach.
Do you remember anything else that would have been different from this photo? You had mentioned no bleach, so when you were in the bathroom the first time on January 2nd, did you get a look at the countertop, the sink, anything like that?
It was facial hair on the counter and sink.
So it was dirty when you were in there the first time?
Yeah, it was just a sink. Now the toilet was clean, but it was just a sink.
Okay,
It had some hair.
some hair.
Yeah.
So after you use the restroom, what happens, or strike that, you had mentioned that you weren't feeling well, correct? And then you had mentioned also that he went in before you was spraying something. Were you able to tell what he was spraying?
It's not pine salt.
Like pine salt, like a cleaning, solution?
Yes, it was no smell of bleach at all.
So what happens after you use the restroom at the defendant's apartment?
I go to sit back on the couch, and he asked me to come into the room with him.
Which room?
His bedroom, and he asked to use my charger, which I did, and then he said that he needs to go to the beauty supply because he needed a do-rag.
When you go into his bedroom, did you notice anything? Was it neat? Was it messy? Anything stand out to you?
It was neat. It just looked like he had laid in the bed, but it was still neat.
So there were pillows, blankets, comforters, all that?
Yes, and there was a kid's basketball room on DeAndre's closet door. It was a few colognes on the dresser, but there was nothing out of place. Like the shoes, the boxes, and clothes were stacked neatly in the closet.
So what happens after that?
He ordered us an Uber to go to the beauty supply.
Do you remember which beauty supply store you went to with the name of it?
Kelly.
Kelly Beauty? Oh.
Yes.
So he ordered another Uber for the two of you?
Yes.
Okay, so both of you got in that Uber?
Yes.
Did anybody else go with you to Kelly Beauty?
No. It was just us two the entire time.
So I'm gonna show you what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 5. Do you recognize this? Oh, sorry, it's not on screen yet. Okay, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
Kelly Beauty Supply.
This is the entrance into Kelly Beauty Supply?
Yes.
And is this where you went with the defendant in the Uber on January 2nd?
Yes. Can I stand it for a moment?
Yes, please. If that will help you see better.
The Uber driver, you see the back tail light? That's the Uber driver, and that's where he was sitting in the car waiting for me.
So you're indicating to the part, it would be the top of the video,
Yes.
just slightly to the right of the center
Yes.
of the entranceway?
Mhm.
So I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 5.
No objection.
That would be the-
Alright, we're gonna watch this. And you had mentioned you believe that to be the Uber parked in that top area?
Yes, and I initially go into Dollar General, you see me right there,
Okay,
and then I realize I'm at the wrong door because the Uber driver tells me and tell them that this abuse applied.
now you're,
Entrance.
you're kind of pointing to someone that would be the very top of the video in the middle, correct?
Yes,
And is that you
yes,
walking in right now?
yes.
And do you remember like what time that was?
I would say around 1 something. I know I got to his place maybe around 12:30 or 1, so then maybe 1.
So this video that we just submitted does have the timestamp at the top says 13:53:05, which would be 1:53:05.
That's about right.
Oh, that's
Yes.
accurate?
Yes,
And this is you walking in, is that correct?
yes,
You're wearing, this is the same clothes we saw in the first People's Exhibit 4, the first video we watched, correct?
yes.
All right, now we've jumped forward to 1:57. Who is that?
Me,
So you are walking out of the store.
yes.
Where do you go when you walk out?
To the Uber,
The same Uber that you came in?
yes.
So where was the defendant when you were in the store?
Sitting inside the car,
He stayed in the Uber?
yes.
Do you know, did he say anything about why?
Usually when you have an Uber and there's 2 people, it's always best that one stay because you do have a time limit. And if you're not back in the vehicle at a certain time, they are allowed to pull up.
Okay, so it was just the 2 of you and the Uber driver in the Uber that entire time, correct?
Yes.
What happens after you go to Kelly Beauty?
We go back to his apartment.
What happened when you get back to his apartment?
I go back into his room. He asked me was I hungry. I said I wasn't hungry because I wasn't feeling well. He still insisted to feed me because usually he always feed me. He do. And then I had ended up ordering Chipotle. So he put his card on my account and I told what I wanted to order. And then I think maybe like 5 minutes, I realized it was ordered back to my place and not his apartment.
So who ordered the food, you or the defendant?
I ordered, he paid for it.
And you had it sent to your apartment in Detroit?
It was supposed to be sent to his place, but instead it was sent to mine.
So what happens after you realize the food got sent to your apartment?
He said that he will request the Uber, but he needs to see my charger for a minute because he needs to charge his phone. And then he asked me, if you turn the phone off, will anyone still see your location? I said, whatever location the phone was at before the phone was turned off, then yes. And then he asked if him and I could share locations.
So when he asked you this was after you were at Kelly Beauty with the defendant, correct?
Yes,
Did you end up sharing the location of the defendant?
yes.
What happens next?
I wait for the Uber, and then once it got close enough, I ended up leaving out.
Did the defendant go with you?
No,
So you went in the Uber back to your apartment in Detroit where the food was delivered,
yes,
and the defendant did not go with you?
no. But I did text him and told him I left my charger and I left some edge control in a black little bag.
So at some point after this, you end up talking to Roseville Police, is that correct?
Yes,
And you end up providing them with the clothing that you were wearing in those videos you saw, correct?
yes.
I'm gonna show you what has been marked as people's proposed exhibit 6. Just give us one moment. Do you recognize what's in this photo?
Yes,
What is it?
some black shoes, a Ford hoodie, a baby blue jacket, and my polka dot pajama pants.
And are these the clothes you provided to Roseville Police?
Yes,
And these are the clothes that you were wearing on January 2nd when you went to the defendant's apartment in Roseville, correct?
yes.
Move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 6. Mr. Knight?
No objection.
That would be the
And then we have people's proposed exhibit 7. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the purse I was wearing
When were you wearing that purse?
on January 2nd.
When you went to the defendant's apartment?
Yes,
And did you provide that to the police as well?
I think I still have the purse.
Okay, but you showed it to them?
Yes,
And so does this accurately reflect the purse that you were wearing on January 2nd that you showed to the police?
yes.
Move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 7, Your Honor.
No objection.
If I could have just a moment. All right, I'm showing you what has already been admitted as People's Exhibit 96. I know it is, oh, no, we're not showing you yet, sorry. It's just a moment. Okay, now, this is what has already been admitted as People's Exhibit 96. It's an overhead view. Does this look familiar? I know you probably never had this exact view, but are you able to identify what's in this photo?
Yes,
Okay, tell me what you recognize.
the apartment in the parking lot.
Whose apartment?
DeAndre's apartment.
In Roseville?
Yes.
So if you can you show us where you were initially dropped off the first time you came on January 2nd? Alright, so you are pointing to kind of about 2/3 of the way down, just right of center, there was a white car parked on the side street. Is that, do you know what street, what the name of that is?
No.
So you were dropped off there. Now, the parking lot that we saw in the first video, is that in this photo? Okay, so that's down at the bottom center where all those cars are parked.
Yes.
And where did you initially first see the defendant when you got dropped off on January 2nd? So you have pointed to the opposite side of the building from the parking lot?
Yes.
Is that where he met up with you?
Yes.
What happened when he met up with you? Where did he go?
He gave me a hug and said that he needed to go get the keys, so we went back inside.
Do you know which door he went in? Can you show us on there? Okay, so that would be the opposite side of the building from the parking lot, and
Yes.
what we're looking at is the door to the left, correct?
Yes.
And where did you go when he did that?
I waited.
You waited in that same
Yes.
spot,
Okay.
and at some point you met back up with him. Where did you meet back up?
In the same spot, and then we ended up walking down here.
Okay, so you have shown there's a sidewalk that kind of goes around the building and towards the parking lot,
Yes.
and then where did you go from that sidewalk?
Right here, and I think the car was right here.
Oh, and that's the video that we saw, the first one, People's Exhibit 4, correct?
Yes.
And you can have a seat. When you were at the defendant's apartment, how was he acting throughout the day?
He couldn't sit down. I asked him that he made me nervous and if he could sit down because he just kept pacing back and forth. He didn't though.
You didn't sit down?
No.
So you asked him to because it made you uncomfortable?
Yeah.
Why did it make you uncomfortable?
Because he's walking back and forth, and I'm not sure why. I kept asking him, was he okay? Was something wrong? And he didn't really give me an answer.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Payne, now, Mr. Booker is not any blood relationship to you, correct?
You know,
So he's not really your uncle, correct?
he's my adopted uncle. His sister adopted me.
Okay. I would be correct in stating that his sister took you and your sister into her home as like a foster child?
I'm not sure let's talk about that.
I'm sorry?
His uncle's answer. But that's personal.
Hold on a second. I don't know if you heard what you said.
Yes,
Did you have an objection?
yes, Your Honor, I do have an objection as to relevance.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to get at how she knows Mr. Booker so well. And I'm trying to establish how it is they met each other and their history together. I think that's relevant. I don't think there's anything that's secretive or confidential about that.
It's not that it's secretive or confidential, but she did already testify that she was adopted. He was her adopted uncle. They grew up together, and there was a period of approximately 10 years where they didn't speak, but that they were very close when they were growing up.
Well, I believe I get to ask questions about that. I don't know whether there was some official adoption or not.
You can ask about any official adoption.
I'm not really going in that direction anyways. Okay. I'm trying to establish how it is they do each other.
I was adopted.
I'm sorry,
I was adopted.
you were adopted
Yes.
by Mr. Booker's sister.
Yes.
Okay. And is Mr. Booker older than you?
Yes.
And he's older by how many years?
I'm not sure.
You're how old now?
I'm 30.
I'm sorry?
I'm 30.
You're 30. Okay. And is Mr. Booker somewhere around 35, 36?
He's in his 30s.
How old were you when you came to live with Mr. Booker and his sister? I'm sorry? I can't hear you.
Her answer
I
was,
don't want to answer that.
she said, I don't
Well,
want
I
to.
don't think you have a choice but to answer my questions. This isn't for,
Ms. Seward,
Because he was more
just
personal.
1 second, please.
And we do have an objection to relevance, Your Honor. We're gonna continue objecting to delving into the intricate details of Ms. Barksdale's childhood. I don't think it's necessarily relevant as to what may or may not have happened on January 2nd, 2025.
well, I think it's relevant as to how well she knows him, how old she was when she met him, how old she was when they separated for 10 years. I believe all of that is certainly relevant to her memory, her ability to recall information.
I don't think it has,
And it goes to how well she knows him.
I don't think it has anything to do with her memory as to what happened on January 2nd. How old she was when she was adopted has absolutely nothing to do with the events that transpired on January 2nd. I don't see any relevance in that.
I'll overrule the objection, but your questions should be limited to anything that may be relevant. The reason I'm overruling the objection is because prosecution did bring it up, the issue of adoption, how long she's known him, during direct examination. So for that reason, I'm overruling the objection, but I'm not going to delve too far into the relationship. Go ahead, Mr. Myers.
So I'll repeat my question. How old were you when you came to live with Mr. Booker and his sister?
I lived with the sister, not DeAndre.
I'm sorry?
DeAndre wasn't in a home when I lived with the sister.
So you're saying that you never lived in the same home with Mr. Booker?
No, we didn't live in the same home.
How is it that you knew him then when you say that, you only lost touch with him when you were in high school?
I'm gonna object again to relevance, Your Honor. We again established the nature of their familial relationship. It doesn't matter who she lived with, who he lived with. She testified they were close, they were family members, they spent time together.
Okay,
Well, now,
hold on just a second, because I'm going to overrule the objection, because you did ask questions regarding how she knew him initially, the fact that he is her adopted uncle. Again, in that they were brought up in undirect, and I will go ahead. Your testimony, though, was that you never lived with Mr. Booker, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, go ahead.
How did you know him if you never lived with him?
His sister was initially my godmother. She was my teacher at first. She became my godmother, and she adopted us our high school freshman year. By the time she took us in, she had already given up her adoption for him. So once I moved in, he was already placed back in the system.
He already what?
DeAndre was placed back into the system.
So, did you know Mr. Booker before you started living with
Yes,
his sister?
yes.
How did you know him?
Because he was staying with her. He was adopted by his sister. So we would go on outings together with his sister.
Before
We
you lived?
was raised like I was his niece and he was my uncle. That's how we were raised.
Before you actually came to live with?
Her. Yes, when I lived with her, he was already placed back in the system. She had given up her adoption for him. She had adopted him when he was 2. And she had given up her adoption for whatever reason, and then that's when she moved
Well,
in.
you don't know that for a fact, correct?
What I don't know for a fact. That she had given up her adoption?
The adoption of Mr. Booker.
Yeah, she did give up her adoption.
You know that for a fact.
Yes, I know that for a fact.
But Mr. Booker wasn't around at all when you started living there, correct?
No,
And you know how old he was when he left the home of his sister?
no, I don't know how old he was. I just know he's a teenager.
But you do know his history in terms of him living with his sister for quite some time, since he was a young child.
Yeah, she
And
adopted
I'm gonna
us too.
object, Your Honor, to both asked and answered and relevance.
Your Honor, it's relevant as to, her
She's already answered the question.
supposed knowledge of him.
But she's
You know,
already
she
answered the
supposedly
question.
knows somebody that I'm trying to question whether she even ever met him before. I mean,
Ask me that
it
question.
doesn't sound like
Go
it.
ahead, you can ask that question.
She's given
Okay,
various
I
answers.
just, you can ask the question, did she know him at all? I believe she's already testified that she did.
Yes.
Right, but, I think I can delve into how she knows somebody that she never lived with.
You can ask that question.
And again, this is a topic that we've covered. She indicated how she knows him. And just because she didn't live with him.
Mr. Lang?
Do you know if Mr. Booker, you said you didn't see him let me strike that. The first time you see him in at least 10 years is on January 2nd, correct?
Yes. We only communicated by phone or FaceTime.
And you're saying you kept in touch with him over those 10 years?
No.
You only started communicating with him in August of 2024,
Yes.
and you said you were in your freshman year of high school when you went to live with his sister.
Yes.
So that would mean you were 14, 15 years old?
Yes.
Okay. So from the age of 14 or 15 till August 24th, you did not have any contact with Mr. Booker at all?
No. I had no way of getting in contact with him.
Okay. And did you know of his whereabouts or what he was doing during that 10 years?
No. I just knew he was in the Army. That was it.
Okay. And when you reconnected in August of 2024, how did you do that?
His sister gave me his Facebook name.
So you reconnected over Facebook
Yes.
and started communicating with each other?
Yes.
Now, did you know that Mr. Booker did not have a driver's license from him telling you that or from somebody else telling you that?
From him telling me that.
you testified that he was your emotional support system in life. How is that possible if you never lived with him and didn't see him or communicate with him for over 10 years?
He was before we lost contact, and once we was back in contact again, it continued.
So how, when you got back in contact, I take it you talked to him about problems in your own life, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I understand that this was
I'm not
something that was.
dialing into
Yeah,
it.
I'm objecting, sir. I understand this was something that was brought up on direct, but I think we're going a little bit astray as far as relevance to the intricate details of how she communicated after they reconnected. She indicated they reconnected in the summer, and now we're here to talk about what happened on January 2nd, 2025.
I'm not the one who brought this up. She did. About
Okay,
this
I
emotional
overruled the objection. Mr. Lang also indicated he's not going to delve into any problems that she may have had. Go ahead.
Did you talk to him about problems in your life,
Yes.
starting in August of 2024?
Yes.
Did you ask him for money during the period from August through 24 through January of 2025?
Yes.
And he gave you money?
Yes.
Right. And at some point in time, on January 2nd, he calls you and asks you to do him a favor about moving a car because he doesn't have a driver's license, correct?
Not because he didn't have a driver's license. His coworker didn't have a driver's license.
Well, but you know he didn't have a driver's license, correct?
Yes.
He had told you that.
Yes.
And again, he asked you to move his friend's car because he didn't have a driver's license, correct?
Yes.
And would I be correct in stating that when you met him on January 2nd, having not seen him for a while, you were very curious to see him in person, correct?
Yes.
You were happy about that?
Not really. I wasn't feeling good, so I didn't really show emotional happiness.
So this uncle, who was your emotional support system in life, you weren't happy about meeting him in person?
You know,
Why did you do that then?
I just wasn't feeling good.
So wouldn't that be more of an excuse not to go than to go?
If I had an excuse to not go, I wouldn't have went.
What?
If I had an excuse to not go, I wouldn't have went.
I don't understand that.
You said if I was not happy to see him, then why did I go? That would have been an excuse.
No, you said you weren't feeling good.
I wasn't feeling good, but when someone do something for you, you feel obligated. He never asked me for anything. I'm the only one that always asks him for things. So the one time he asked me for something, I did it, even though I was not feeling good.
Okay. But you weren't really happy to see him, correct?
I didn't understand what you said. What was your answer?
I wasn't feeling good. He keep asking if I was happy.
Thank you.
I was asking if you were happy to see him in person for the
No.
first time.
No.
And when you drove this car, at first you thought that the car was baby blue in color, correct?
Yes.
And is that because your eyesight isn't very good?
Yeah, I do have that eyesight. Yes.
Okay. So at first you didn't know whether it was silver or baby blue, correct?
Yeah, under my impression, I thought it was baby blue.
And you've seen these pictures and you identify the car that you got into, and you've seen the video of you getting into that car, And you now know that it's silver, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't know that at the time.
No.
Now, when you drove the car to the apartment complex, you just don't know the name of the apartment complex, correct?
I believe it was golf. I'm not sure if that was a name or that was a street.
And you said you gave the keys back to Mr. Booker, correct?
Yes.
And you said he was going to leave the keys in the seat of the car, correct?
Yes.
And you have no idea whether he did that or not, correct?
No.
And you said he went to a dumpster near the car and threw something away, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know what he threw away, correct?
No.
In fact, you told the police officer you thought it was something soft because you didn't hear any noise,
I did.
any banging in the dumpster, correct?
No.
So you didn't think it was keys that he threw in the dumpster, correct? Correct?
Yes.
And while you were, just after you parked the car, an Uber came and picked you up and you went.
But we sat there for a while.
Well, you had to
Maybe
wait,
about 5 or 10 minutes.
had to wait for the Uber, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got in that Uber, is that the same Uber that took you to Kelly Beauty Supply?
No, he requested a whole new one.
That was a whole different.
Yes. Once we got in the white Tesla to head back to his apartment, we went inside his apartment and then he requested another one to go to Kelly Beauty Supply.
Okay. So you went inside the apartment
Yes.
prior to going to Kelly Beauty Salon, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's when he gave me a walkthrough of his apartment. And that's when I also used the bathroom. Yes.
Right. And didn't you tell the police that you were curious about how he was living and you looked around the apartment to see if it was clean, neat, dirty,
I
correct?
wasn't curious about how he was living. He offered to give me a tour of the apartment. I was never curious.
You weren't curious at all.
No, when I came in, I sat down on the couch right away. He offered to give me a tour.
But you did notice that the apartment was clean, correct?
Yes, the apartment's
The
clean.
apartment was neat, correct?
Yes,
All his clothes were hung up neatly in the closet.
yes,
All his shoes were kind of in boxes, all neatly in the closet, correct?
yes,
Furniture was, there wasn't much furniture in there, but it was adjusted and neat looking, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you said when you went into the bathroom that he said, hold on, let me, clean it a little bit, correct?
yes,
And he sprayed some kind of Pine Sol
yes.
in there. And didn't you tell the police that the exact type of Pine Sol or thing that he sprayed around in the bathroom was the exact brand that you use in your apartment?
Yes,
And you even showed the police that, correct?
yes,
So that wasn't anything unusual, correct?
no,
Okay. And then you said the bathroom was, fairly clean and neat, except for
the counters,
you thought there was some hair
Facial
on
hair.
the vanity where the sink is,
yes,
and you thought that might have been either beard hair, he had a beard, right?
yes,
Okay, that it might have been beard hair or pubic hair,
yes,
not sure.
yes,
That was the only thing out of place in that bathroom, correct?
yes,
Okay. Everything else was clean and neat, correct?
yes.
Now, when you used the bathroom, did you said there was a shower curtain there. Did you kind of look, past the shower curtain to see if the bathtub was clean, neat?
No,
That didn't interest you?
no,
And when you talk to the police, yes, I believe this might have been January 9th was the first time you talked to the police, correct?
Yes,
That was inside your apartment?
yes,
Okay. And you remember telling the police that you remember the shower curtain, you can't remember much detail about it, it was blue, black or something,
yes.
and that you didn't mention any animal prints or anything to the police, correct?
I told them I wasn't sure if it was animal or bird prints.
And you're still not sure of exactly what prints may have been on the shower curtain, correct?
It wasn't prints, I just knew it was either animals or birds, but I wasn't sure as to which one.
And was it the same blue color, or were the animal in black or red or any other type of color?
The animals were in colors, it was in the center of the
In
shower.
colors?
Yeah, the color of the animal or what they're supposed to be, they were just in the center of the shower curtain. They wasn't spread it out, they were just in the center.
But you never gave that kind of detailed description to the police on January 9th,
I
correct?
just said that the shower curtain was blue and I was not sure if it was birds or animals.
And why are you sure today than when January 9th?
I said the same thing to you today that I said to them on the 9th.
Have you seen any pictures of the shower curtain before you testified today?
No, I still have not seen any pictures.
I'm sorry?
No.
And then you said you didn't walk over to Kelly Beauty Salon from his apartment, you took an Uber, correct?
Yes.
And DeAndre went with you and
Yes.
stayed in the Uber while you went shopping for some things that you needed, correct?
Yes.
And he did that so that the Uber would stay and wouldn't leave and have to call a new one, correct?
Yes.
You get back to the apartment and you said you ordered some food from Chipotle,
Yes, from DoorDash.
and you ordered it from your phone,
Yes, from my phone. He used his
Okay.
card.
but you used his card to pay for it.
Yeah,
correct?
he put the card information in.
Okay. And I take it that the food wasn't delivered to DeAndre's apartment, it was delivered to your apartment.
Yes.
And is that because they already had your address in the application or whatever?
Yes, but he had switched it to his apartment, but I think it was too late, so it had already was on the way to mine.
So then when you discovered the food wasn't coming to his apartment, you got an Uber to go back, or DeAndre got an Uber for you to go back to kind of get the food.
Yes,
into your
DeAndre requested the
apartment.
Uber for me to get back to my apartment. Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, any questions on
Yes, thank you. The discussion about the color of the car, you said you thought it was baby blue and you have bad eyesight.
Yes, I have bifocal.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about what color the car was?
Yes, I told. Wait, defendant. You talking DeAndre?
I'm sorry?
You said defendant. You talking about DeAndre?
Yes. Did you
Yes.
ever talk to him about what color the car that you moved was?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I brought the conversation up to him maybe a day after, so January 3rd. My twin sister had reached out to me and asked me about Ashley. She told me that our mother had reached out to her and said that she
Well,
was.
objection, Your Honor, as to her testifying about whatever anybody else told her, that's hearsay.
That's the only reason how the
I
car
agree,
color
so it's
came
okay,
out.
I agree, I can rephrase the question. Back on January 2nd, 2025, when you were with the defendant,
Mhm.
did you have a discussion about the color of the car?
No,
So did he never told you, hey, this car is blue, this car is black, this car is silver, anything like that?
no,
At any point, did you have that conversation
no,
with the defendant about what color the car was?
no, not until the no,
I'm sorry?
not until the day after.
The day after, okay.
Yes,
So you had a conversation on January 3rd with the defendant about the color of the car?
yes,
And did he tell you what color the car was on January 3rd?
yes,
What did he say?
baby blue.
So he told you it was baby blue?
Yes,
Did you ever ask any follow-up questions about, is it really baby blue or is it another color?
yes.
And what did he respond to that?
He said no, that it was baby blue, and that I'm overthinking it. I'm thinking too much into it.
So the defense was asking you questions about whether or not you were happy to see the defendant on January 2nd. And you had said that, you kind of felt obligated and you weren't feeling well. So why is it exactly that you said you didn't feel happy to see him? Is it because you were angry at him, or is it just
Not just that I was not feeling.
the things you already mentioned?
Yes,
When you were at the defendant's apartment on January 2nd and you went to use the restroom, did you happen to notice if there were any towels to dry your hands on or anything like that?
no,
Did you notice whether or not there was a rug in the bathroom?
no, I'm not sure.
Do you know someone by the name of Detective Goodell?
Sounds familiar.
Do you know someone by the name of Detective Lesprance? This gentleman seated to my left?
Yes,
You've met him before?
yes. I'm sorry. It's so many names.
That's
so many
okay.
seconds.
Have you ever lived with, now Sergeant Lesprance? You ever lived with him?
Him?
Yes, him.
No.
But you're able to know who he is even though you didn't live with him, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
I don't agree with that.
Thank you, you may step down.
You can watch your step. Thank you very much.
We'll take a short break.
I tell you, if they would get the sound together, like where I can really, really hear this, I would be so excited with this. This case is like, I cannot believe it. Now, y'all know our boy, he's not in the courtroom, of course, as y'all can see. He didn't want to be in the courtroom. He decided that he didn't want to be in there. Right? He was like, look, I want to participate, but I don't want to come in the courtroom. But I would think that this case would be awesome. It's so interesting. And it's kind of like cut and dry. Right? Thank you. So it's kind of cut and dry, right? Oh, maybe you was talking about her dress. Look, I got on a dress too. Alexia Rose. So if it wasn't for the sound, thank goodness they got to see the closed captions on so we can be able to at least decipher. Even if you didn't see, so even if you didn't see day 1 and 2, we completed that in one stream on Sunday, and it is on the channel. So if you go to the channel page, you'll be able to see that. Okay. So even if you want to go back, it looked like some of the evidence that they covered in day 1 and 2, it looks like it's being revisited now. And just a reminder that we're on a day 3, and this is going to determine if this case goes to trial or not, right? I think the judge probably made his decision when the defendant decided that he did not want to sit during testimony, right? That got to be kind of very standoffish for a judge. Yeah, absolutely, Capri. Yeah, if you get some time, it only took us, we did it Sunday, and it took us maybe, because we, of course we had TiVo time, so we were able to skip through a lot of things. Yeah, so it's not a bad watch. Yeah, awesome. But I think a lot of the stuff, it looks like we're doing here. So let me, I'm I'm gonna go ahead and get us back in the courtroom.
SER.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. What is your current occupation?
I am a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police in the biology unit, doing body fluid identification, and I also respond to crime scenes.
In your capacity to respond to crime scenes, what specifically do you do in that regard?
I respond to crime scenes and I process the scene for any sort of evidence that may be probative to the incident.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I have been with the state police since 2018. I have been a forensic scientist since 2021, and I have been responding to crime scenes since 2018 as well.
Were you employed in that capacity in January of 2025?
Yes, I was.
All right. In that capacity, did you have cause to go to an apartment on Pinehurst in the city of Roseville?
I did.
26069 Pinehurst, is that where you responded?
May I check my report?
Would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Why don't you go ahead and do that?
Thank
Review it silently to yourself.
Yes, that is the address.
Do you know the apartment number?
It was the second floor west apartment, but I don't know the exact number. apartment 202.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, what were you called to that location to do?
We were called to that crime scene to process for blood evidence.
Do you have any training as it relates to the collection of and identification of blood evidence or suspected blood evidence?
I do, yeah. I work in the biology unit in the lab. So we had a year-long training program, which consisted of lectures, readings, practice samples, mock cases, as well as practical examinations, which I passed all of those. And then crime scene aspect, I did a few month-long training program and then went to a crime scene schooling, which I passed as well, which all included processing for blood.
Do you have any education, formal education as it relates to this in addition to the training that you received through the Michigan State Police?
I do. I have a bachelor's degree from Marygrove College with a concentration in biology.
What is that degree in?
Forensic science with a concentration in biology.
Thank you. And in your capacity as a forensic scientist for the Michigan State Police Crime Lab, have you ever had an opportunity to testify in court as an expert witness in that field?
I have, yes.
You've been tendered as an expert?
I have, all times, yeah, fine.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to tender. Oh, I'm sorry, let me do it this way. Do you recognize this as well, Mark, for identification purposes as People's Proposed Exhibit 183?
Yes, this
What-
is my CV.
Fairly and accurately depicts all of your education and everything else that you've done as it relates to this field
It does.
professionally? Thank you. Your Honor, people move for admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 183.
Your Honor, I have no objections for purposes of exam only.
That's the curriculum.
Yes, permission to post to the court?
Yes. It would be in the-
Thank you. And at this time, Judge, I would tender Ms. Guster as an expert in the area of forensic science, specifically as it relates to biology and blood identification.
Your Honor, I usually would just, say that's fine, but I haven't had an opportunity to really go over her CV. It was just handed to it this morning. And I would just like to ask her a few questions while
Go
I'm
ahead.
going through this, if that's possible. Is your expertise just in identifying whether or not blood is human versus animal?
No, our blood tests are presumptive, meaning other things can cause positives. We test for blood and then we send that sample forward for DNA processing, and then they can give a DNA profile.
Okay. I guess that was kind of leading to my next question. I take it if you collect evidence that you believe is blood evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you collect it, you process it, but you don't take part in the actual identifying that as to the blood belonging to a person.
We do have a test specific to humans. However, we only use that test in cases where there may have been an animal involved in the incident. So in this case, I did not do human blood testing. I collected samples. We sent it to the lab for another biologist to process and send forward for DNA.
Okay. So you wouldn't be here to testify about DNA or the identification of any blood that you particularly processed as belonging to one person or another?
Correct. Yeah, DNA is outside my area of expertise.
I have no further questions, Your Honor, and yeah, for the purposes of examination, only stipulated that she's an expert in everything.
Well,
Thank you. Please describe what you did then when you arrived at that apartment 202 on Pinehurst in January.
Yes. So once we get to the crime scene, we meet with the officers to discuss case details and what we might need to be processing for. Once we got there, we did our general documentation, including notes and photos. And then we went into the crime scene or the place of interest.
Let me interrupt you for just a
yeah.
second. When you say we, did this, we went in, who were you with that day?
Sorry, yes. On my team, we had two other individuals, forensic scientist, well, she was a forensic technician at the time, Olivia Hall, and then forensic technician, Natalie McElroy. So we all went into the scene, did our general documentation and photographs, and then after that, we went outside north of the Hampton Apartments to a dumpster where we did additional processing.
All right. Why were you called to a dumpster north of the apartment?
Case details that we received from the agency said that a subject was seen on video leaving the apartment building following this specific trail that they walked us through to this dumpster, and he was pushing a shopping cart which appeared to have items, large items inside of it. So we were called to the dumpster to process it for blood evidence.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been already entered into evidence, several exhibits. So let's start with exhibit 74, will be on the screen here. What is this here, ma'am?
That is an image of the dumpster that we processed.
Was that yellow tape on it when you arrived?
It was, yes.
Was the dumpster being guarded by anyone, or was it simply left alone?
There was someone from the agency there.
Agency meaning the Roseville Police Department?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's go to 75. What are we looking at here?
This is another image of the dumpster.
And now 76, what are we looking at here, ma'am?
This is an image from inside the dumpster on the floor of the dumpster with apparent red-brown staining.
Where is that red-brown staining?
If you see the tin foil and styrofoam, it is on both of those items as well as next to it.
Bottom left corner of this photograph?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. When you see that, what do?
Once I saw that, we went inside the dumpster, or I went inside the dumpster, and I tested the sample for blood. We used a two-step chemical test that turns pink if positive for the possible presence of blood, which it did. And so from there, I collected a sample of the blood on the dumpster floor, as well as collected the tin foil and the styrofoam from inside as well.
When you say you went inside the dumpster, like you stuck your hand in and reached in?
I fully went inside the dumpster from the other side so that not to contaminate anything.
So you were standing in the dumpster?
I was, yes.
You said you collected a sample. How do you go about collecting the sample?
I use a sterile swab and I swab it up onto the swab and then I package it securely.
How do you make sure that it's not contaminated in any way?
I put it directly into the product raptor that I removed it from and then immediately package it right away. Between the time that it was put there and me responding, I can't say whether it was contaminated or not, but.
I understand. I guess my question is, how do you make sure that your sample itself is not contaminated?
We wear protective equipment both for ourselves and for the evidence, including gloves, booties, and masks sometimes as well.
You've been trained on all the proper protocols on how to collect evidence such as this?
Yes, I have.
And did you follow all of those protocols in this particular case?
I did.
77 is just another view of this, but we see these placards. Did you place these placards here, ma'am?
I did, yes.
All right. What do those placards indicate?
Those indicate items of evidence that I was collecting. So placard 1, I took a swab from the apparent blood on the floor of the dumpster, and then placard 2 is the tinfoil and styrofoam, which I packaged together.
All right, I'll zoom in on that. Is this a little bit better on 78?
Yes,
Show a little bit better.
yes, it's a closer image.
How big of an area was this approximately?
It was approximately a 10-inch squared area of RBS on the red-brown staining on the floor of the dumpster, and then there was some staining on the items, the styrofoam and the tinfoil. I did not measure that because I assumed if it was being processed in the lab that they would measure it, and then once I removed the tinfoil and the styrofoam, there was blood underneath it as well.
Now, you indicated that you initially did a test to determine if this red-brown staining was blood. What type of test is done?
It is a blood test. Do you want the name of it?
If you know it.
Yes, it's phenolphthalein. It's a two-step test. You put a drop of phenolphthalein on it, followed by a drop of hydrogen peroxide, and if it is positive for the possible presence of blood, it turns pink, which in this case it did.
Do you retain that test in any way, shape, or form after you conduct it?
I didn't in this case. We can. I didn't because there was plenty of sample for me to swab the same exact area and get another swab of it.
Once you swab this area and you collect it, what's done ultimately with that swab?
I packaged it, sealed it, put it on the truck in a secure location, and then once it gets back to the lab, we put it in a secure location as well.
You also label it, I'm guessing?
Yes, of course.
Once you completed your duties inside that dumpster, what do you do next?
Next, we went back to the Hampton Court apartment complex, and we went to the second floor apartment building or apartment and processed it for a blood search as well.
So that's apartment 202 again?
Yes, it is.
When you say you went there to process it for a blood search, how do you do that? What are you looking for specifically?
We look for red-brown staining. So first we do it with the naked eye using bright oblique lighting. In that case, I did observe some areas of RBS that we tested and collected as well.
And again, RBS is red, brown staining?
Yes, it is.
All right. There's a stipulation, Your Honor, to exhibits 128 through 182, I believe, for purposes of exam.
Those are photographs.
Yes.
128 through,
182.
no objection for purposes of examination.
Thank you. At this point, so we have exhibit 128 on the screen right now, ma'am. What are we looking at here?
This is red-brown staining on the wall. I believe this is in the hallway of the apartment leading towards the bathroom. You can see markings on this image that I made, and then there's a P next to it, which stands for positive for that phenolphthalein test that I spoke of earlier.
When you say the markings that you made, we have sort of reddish-brown markings, and then there's the blue markings. Which ones are the ones you made?
The blue markings, yeah.
When you have an area like this that has a P next to it, what do you do with that sample then?
I
Or
tested.
what do you do with that area then?
So these are all samples that I tested for blood, which were positive, and then I picked a representative sample to send to collect and send forward to the lab. That sample being the middle one with the scale next to it.
And how, again, you collect that in the same manner that you collected the one you've already discussed?
Yes.
Now, in 129, what do we have here?
This is an image of another area of red-brown staining on the closet in the hallway. This one was also positive for apparent blood, and I collected this sample as well.
When you collect this again, same manner?
Same manner.
Did you have to do anything different as it relates to, or are there different methods? Let me ask it that way, to collecting samples of this.
It's pretty standard for us to just swab it. If it's an item that can be removed from the apartment, we might just collect it rather than swabbing it. But in this instance, we did swabbing. I did swabbing.
Thank you. All right, now, exhibit 130, what do we have here?
This is another area of red-brown staining.
Do you remember where this was?
It's close up, so I can't entirely remember. I believe this is in the wall near the bathroom.
We see the writing on there, weak P, and then another P on the bottom right. Can you describe or explain what those are?
Yes, both of the P's mean it was positive for the presence of possible blood. The weak P just means that it was a fainter reaction, meaning instead of like a bright pink, it was more of a faint pink color.
I want to be clear about a couple things here. We're looking at a screen. Are you able to really differentiate some of the red-brown staining on this screen?
On this screen, I can't entirely see it, but I think closer up images might have been taken.
And so it would have been visible to your eye when you were there?
Yeah, the naked eye, yes.
All right, so close up now with 131.
Yes,
Are we able to see that area that was in 130 a little bit better?
yes,
Did you take that sample?
I did.
Now 132, what is this, man?
This is the cabinet or the counter for the sink in the bathroom of the apartment.
Vanity?
Yes.
And again, what are we looking at?
2 areas of red brown staining.
133?
Yes, this is a closer up image of one of the areas of red brown staining. It has multiple circular stains, which I also collected for the lab.
Thank you. Now, 134, what are we looking at here?
This is in the bathroom as well. That's the bathroom door, the exterior side of the bathroom door, and the floor both had areas of red brown staining on them, which were positive as well.
Did you collect samples from that?
I did.
135, just a close up of that area?
Yes.
Now, 136.
This is the toilet. There was some red brown staining on the toilet. There's a scale next to the stain, which I collected as well.
And then we'll zoom in on that on 137.
Yep, it's visible, and the P stands for positive for blood.
Thank you. 138.
This is another image of the bathroom, just with the door closed now. You're seeing the interior side of the door, which you can see in the bottom corner of the door. There's a scale where there was an area of red brown staining, which I tested. It was positive, and then I further collected.
So the naked eye there, were you able to notice any sort of blood or anything on the vanity itself on top?
Yeah, on top, there was some faint red-brown staining on it. We didn't test it right then and there. We wanted to do another chemical test later on, so we waited for that. But there was some visible dilute staining.
Thank you. And then you were talking about the corner of the door when you closed it. Is this just a close-up of it in 139?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And even further close-up in 140
Yes.
and 141?
Yep, just closer up.
Again, 142.
Yes.
Now 143, what are we looking at here?
So this is an image of the bathroom, specifically the tub shower area, after we did a test called LCV, or leucocrystal violet. That is just a blood detection reagent that we use to find latent blood that you cannot see with the naked eye.
How would latent blood show up with this LCV?
It causes a chemical reaction in the blood to turn a purple color. So
How do you get this chemical? How is it sent to the Michigan State Police?
we order the chemicals in powder form, and then we measure them out, store them on a truck properly, and then once we get to the scene, we make it into a liquid form. Application is just spraying it with a fine mist.
How can you be sure that the mixture that you've made is accurate and will give you the results that you want?
So before we use it on evidence, we do a quality assurance by testing it on a positive control sample and a negative control sample, and we ensure that both of those respond accordingly before using it in a scene.
And was that done with the LCV in this particular case?
It was.
So now as we look at 143, why did you choose this bath area to spray with that mist?
We sprayed the whole bathroom. Actually, I think there's more pictures of it later, but we chose the bathroom, the tub specifically, and the sink specifically, because those are areas where latent blood might be found, because it can mix with water, become more dilute, and therefore harder to see with the naked eye.
So what is it that we see here then of note?
So in the tub, it's a little difficult to see because of the blue tile, but if you look, there is some purple, it's like a blue violet color discoloration on it, and that is the developed blood that we found using the LCV. It's on the top of the bathtub lining and then like on each wall.
And we'll have some more pictures as we go forward, but were you able to see any of this latent blood with your naked eye before spraying the?
There were some areas of very dilute that we were able to see with the naked eye, but not to this extent.
Let's go to 144. Again, are we seeing that purple here?
Yes, you are. Yep, it's all on the lining of the bathtub as well as going into the bathtub.
145.
Just another image closer up. You can see some of the purple color development on the tiles in between them as well.
Can I have you just step down and maybe show the court where we're looking at
Yes.
on this one here?
So you can see the purple discoloration all right here as well as up on the wall. I think there's some better images later on in here, but there's along the window right here on the side, right here, as well as this whole area right there.
Thank you. When you say this area right there, you're specifically pointing to the area where the tub meets the walls.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, now as we look at 146.
This is another image of the bathtub, more so the wall in there as well. You can see the violet development on as well.
Just right of center of the
Yes.
screen on that wall, and then again where the tub meets the wall.
Yes.
Zoom in on that on 147.
Yes.
On 148, we're looking at the front of the area of the tub.
Yes. You can see some purple development right on like the bathtub underneath the spout, as well as going into the bathtub, as well as on the wall or the tiling above and below the handles.
And then zoom in on 149 again to see that same area.
Yes.
150, a little bit different angle, but still the same.
Yes. You can see some purple discoloration in the corner of the bathtub on like the left hand side of the image.
Now 151.
This is an image of the wall, the shower wall just below the window. There's a scale on there. That's an area that I swabbed and collected.
And that's in the very dead center of this photo.
Yes, it is.
I know it's not really on this screen, it's difficult to see, but that scale is showing staining of sorts.
Yes.
Let's zoom in then to 152.
Yes, that's a closer image of the staining that was in the last image. That area I swabbed and collected for biology.
Now, when you swab an area that's already had the LCV applied to it, does that affect your ability to collect that evidence at all?
No, it doesn't. We're still able to collect it and send it forward for DNA processing.
153.
This is just a zoomed out image of the bathroom. It shows some staining on the outside of the bathroom tub, on the wall to the right of the image, and then there's some staining on the floor as well.
Let's zoom in on some of those now. 154. Judge, I don't know, is it possible to turn these lights off? Because I obviously what I'm seeing on my screen is not what's appearing on this TV, so I don't know if these lights are washing it out. I want the court to have its best ability to see this, but
I can see it already.
Okay.
I can't tell.
and obviously we'll have it available for the court to view on
I
this TV as well.
can see it.
All right, thank you. What are we looking at in 154, Ms. Gresham?
This is the bathroom floor. It's a little difficult to see in this image because of the gray tile and the TV, but the floor of the bathroom, the entire floor, developed with purple after spraying the LCD.
155.
Just a closer up image towards the front of the toilet and on the toilet as well.
156.
Just a different angle.
Directly in front of the toilet.
Yes.
and then a zoom in on that on 157.
Yes,
Again, even closer on 158.
yes.
159.
Yes, this is an image of the bathroom floor and then the shower walls. And then if you look in the bottom right corner of this image, you can see some purple development on that wall as well.
Officer, can you turn the lights off? Just, it may be more apparent, but it seems to me that it's very apparent.
The only lights that are not off are the ones.
Yeah, those
that and on that, you were saying on the bottom right corner by this grate, what were you saying about that?
That has purple development from the LCD application.
Sorry, which exhibit is this one?
This is 159, Judge. All right, and then 160.
This is an image of the toilet. You can see some development right beside the toilet, right next to the tile. It's kind of in the center of the image.
And then on top of the toilet as well. Maybe you can't see that.
It's hard for me to see, but I do recall there being some there.
161, and zoom in on the top of the toilet.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, we can see it there.
Yes.
162. What do we have here?
That is right beside the toilet on the wall. There's purple colored development.
Again, sort of a zoom out.
Yeah, it's difficult to see in this image, but it kind of goes up the wall a little bit more as well.
And that's in 163. Yeah, can you, is there,
So
you can't really tell, but do you know about how high this goes in the photo, or do you
in
remember?
this photo, I can't recall. I believe,
If you could set, if it helped you, you can set that way.
about to here-ish.
So about 3/4 of the way up,
Yes.
center of the screen where the tile meets the wall?
Yes.
Are you testifying? You can see that because I cannot.
I can see it. I recall it, and I can see it in this image.
It may be because of the light.
Yeah. And Judge, you'll have 163 to view at your leisure.
Thank you.
It'll be a little bit better than this. 164 is a close-up now of where 163 was,
Yes.
where you were pointing about 3/4 of the way up.
Yes.
Can you sort of see it there now on the screen?
Yeah, I can see it. It's right in the center.
165, what do we have here?
This is the opposite wall from the toilet. There's purple color development going about a foot up from the floor for the majority of the wall, but then near the bathtub shower area, it goes further up about a little more than 3/4 up the wall.
166.
Just a different angle, same image, or same area.
167.
That is the same wall we were just looking at with the bathroom door closed. You can see the purple color development further on the wall behind where the door was, and then on the floor as well.
168.
You can see the purple color development on the floor in front of the bathroom door.
Starting now, turn to the door straight on
Yes,
in 169.
yes, that's this image. You can see the purple color development on basically the entire bathroom floor.
170.
This is an image of the sink and the vanity. There's purple color development on the vanity and as well as the light switch.
Let's switch to the left there.
Yes.
And 171.
This is just a different angle of the same area. And then you can see some on the floor there as well.
172.
This is an image of the sink area straight on. There's purple color development on basically every side of the sink.
173.
This is an image of inside the sink. You can see purple color development going into the drain.
174.
This is to the right if you were facing the sink, and it's purple color development.
175.
This is to the left of the sink if you were looking at it straight on. purple color development.
Now we're going to 176.
Yes, this is leading out of the bathroom. You can see that there is some purple, bluish color development on the carpet leading out of the bathroom.
And 177.
Just further out of the bathroom, but there's purple color development there as well.
78.
This is leading into the hallway from the bathroom. There's purple color development on the floor.
Is this the same hallway that we started your inside inside the apartment testimony with? The swath on the wall that was exhibit 128?
Yes, yep.
179.
This is the hallway. You can see purple color development on the carpet.
And again, same hallway that was in 128, 129 in that area.
Yes,
In fact, we can even see on the left.
I can see on the left, like by the door,
Yeah, what's on that door that you can see?
the closet door.
Yes.
I thought you were speaking about.
Let me try to zoom in on. Can you see the closet door here?
Yes.
What is that? That area that I'm circling in the bottom left corner.
I'm not sure from this angle. It looks like red brown staining to me.
Well, can you maybe you can step down? Maybe you might be able to see a little bit better.
Sorry, the image just went blurry. No.
Let me ask you here. If you look on my screen, does that help?
Oh yeah, that's the area that I had previously tested of red brown staining that I was able to observe with my naked eye.
And that's some marks those are the marks that you made.
Yes, yes it is.
They're visible in this one.
Yes.
180.
This is the hallway leading towards the bedroom of the apartment. You can see purple discoloration on the floor.
181.
This is the area between the bathroom, the closet, and the bedroom. There's purple discoloration on the carpet.
And then 182 is our last photograph here.
Just more purple discoloration in the hallway.
Once you,
Have any more exhibits? If not, we'll move on.
no, I don't. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Once you complete the LCV spraying and examination, what do you do next?
After that, there were a couple areas of the LCV that we collected. You were able to observe one of them with the scale in the bathroom.
That was one underneath the window?
Correct, yeah. There was a couple of areas of ridge structure that developed in the LCD as well.
What is ridge structure?
Ridge structure pertains to fingerprints. That's outside the area of my expertise. The forensic technician, Olivia Hall, was there. She was in latent prints at the time. She took images of those, and then I swabbed it after the fact to collect the LCD positive area.
And then ultimately, what are done with those samples? All the samples that you collect?
All of the samples that we collect are taken back to the lab and then put in secure storage until they are ready to be processed by the specific disciplines.
What discipline will you be sending these swabs of suspected blood or presumptive positive blood to?
Biology. So another biologist in the body fluid identification section of biology would process those samples first and then send them forward for DNA processing.
So there's still 2 more tests before we get to DNA.
Potentially, yes. In this instance, I think some of the samples that we collected ended up being returned to the agency unprocessed because they had other evidence submitted. But I did not take part in that processing.
After you do that, what else do you do while you're on scene?
After that, I think at that point we were done processing the scene. So at that point we discussed with the agency what we observed, what we needed from them, And then we took the evidence back to the lab, put it in secure storage, and then within a few weeks, we wrote a report and sent it out.
Manager Swalwell, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions from this witness.
Mr. Lyon?
Okay.
Can I help you with something? Or
Just the dumpster first.
you want that? Hold on. I'll get it up.
Inside.
You want outside or inside? All right, Rob, I'm gonna put 77.
So I take it when you see this, you first take photographs, you put placards down so that you can identify through photos what places you took samples from, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you have to, you said you test these at first to see if they are blood, correct?
Correct.
And that's the phenolphthalein?
Phenolphthalein.
Phenol.
Yeah.
Can you spell that, please?
Yeah, it's PHENOL. PHTHELEIN.
So that's the test you say kind of confirms that it's human blood, correct?
That test is not specific to human blood. That is just for blood.
Just blood. Okay.
Yes. If it were human blood, sorry, I'm misspeaking. If we needed to test it for human blood, that would be done back at the laboratory. In this case, I don't know if it was or was not done at the laboratory, but in this instance, at the scene, I tested it for phenol only, just to see if it was blood, so I could collect it.
And you said when you test it, you basically swab it first.
Yes.
And you said you put it into some type of solution.
No, I didn't put it into a solution. I put a drop of a solution on it, followed by a drop of another solution.
Okay. So the solution is the
Phenolphthalein, yes.
And you said when it's positive, it turns the blood that you swab, or the suspected blood that you swab, into a bright pink color?
Yes.
All right. And do you keep that testing material or photograph it to preserve that, yes, this particular sample that I took tested positive, and here's the photograph of it turning bright pink?
We don't do that, no.
Or you don't keep the swab that turn bright pink?
Correct. I did not keep the swab. In this instance, there was plenty of sample for me to swab in the same area and get more of the sample to collect.
Okay, and then you don't save it because there's enough sample to then have it tested at the lab to see if it's human blood. Is that the rationale?
Correct. Yeah. We don't do another phenolphthalein test at the laboratory. At that point, they would test it for human blood if they suspected that it could be something other than human blood. But most of the time, we just send it forward for DNA processing at that point. If it was sent to DNA processing and it wasn't human blood, then I don't believe that they would get a DNA profile from it.
And you said this area was approximately, 10 by 10 inch by 10 inch area of blood on the floor of the dumpster.
Correct.
Okay. Did you, you collected samples. Did you do any kind of test or measurement of the amount of blood that you found?
There's scales in the image, which we use to measure the amount. If you're talking volume of blood, then I did not do that.
Okay. I guess, yeah, I see your scales in terms of size, but in terms of volume of blood, you don't do any testing for that.
No, there's nothing that we can really do for that. In this instance, it's spread out. We can't test the volume of blood. We don't have any training in that. I don't know that it's possible in this instance either.
All right, so we don't have any idea of how many milliliters of blood were in the dumpster, correct?
Correct. I can't speak to that.
Which one do you want? Which species do you do? Tell me, John.
Just back to the blood spots on the hallway, closet, etc.
This one, 128?
That's fine. We can start here. Okay.
Which one
So
is that?
128, John.
Thank you.
now you have marked that you collected samples of what you believe was blood on the hallway wall, correct?
Correct.
All right. And those are tested again with a phenolphthalein.
Yes,
I pronounced that wrong, I'm sure. But,
it's okay. We say pheno in the lab if that's easier.
okay. And so again, I would take it that everything you have marked, whether it's in the hallway or the bathroom, with a P and a scale,
Yes.
is something that you tested with the pheno, correct?
Correct. And then there's additional areas that I have marked with a P, meaning it was tested, but I did not collect those areas. If it has a scale next to it, I collected it, yes.
Okay, so you collected that for further testing
Yes,
at the lab.
to be sent forward.
So anything that is marked with a scale, that's a collection.
Yes,
Anything marked without a scale, even if it's listed as P, wasn't collected, but you did the pheno test to show that it's positive for blood.
correct.
Okay. Now, would I be correct in stating that all these samples of blood that you saw with your naked eye and tested in the bathroom or in the hallway or on the closet doors or bathroom door were tiny in nature, minuscule blood drops?
I guess it depends on what your definition of minuscule is. I was able to see with my naked eye, we have the measurements of them. Whether that speaks to it being a lot of blood or a little blood, I can't really say. But they were small stains, but there was many of them.
Okay. And are you able to tell from either your expertise of looking and collecting the blood, how old the blood stain is?
Unfortunately, we can't date blood.
So you don't know whether that blood was there, how much time before January 7th that it was there?
Correct. I can't tell when it was deposited there.
And that goes in terms of days, weeks, months, or years, correct?
Correct.
Now, when we talk about and let me back up, with regard to these drops of blood, you're not an expert in terms of determining how those stains of blood got to those locations, be they on the floor, the tub, or the wall, correct?
Correct. I can only speak to it as if they test positive or not for blood.
Now, when we talk about the LCV, the spraying of, you say here it's leucocrystal violet.
That's the full name, yes.
Okay,
But we also call it LCV.
okay. And am I correct or not correct? Is luminol kind of like a brand name or a similar name to that?
Luminol is similar in that it tests for latent blood. It's different in the application and how it's processed. So for LCV, you can do that in this room right now as is. Luminol, it needs to be in a dark room because it fluoresces or chemiluminesces. And it's not a fixative, so it kind of like will spray the luminol and it can kind of flow down the wall, whereas LCV fixes to where the staining is only.
So now when we go through some pictures of the luminol, I'm sorry, the LCD.
Yeah.
With the bathrooms.
You want to start there or do you want?
You can start there. So when you first apply this LCV, are you saying that you sprayed every square inch of the entire bathroom, the walls, the tile, all of the fixtures?
We did not spray the ceiling, but we sprayed mostly everything else, yes.
And when you spray that on, does the wall stay clear? If there's no blood whatsoever on a wall and we spray this LCV on it, it would just soak into the drywall and stay white or gray or whatever color the wall is?
Correct. There would be no color change.
Okay. Now, from my view of the photographs, there looks like there's kind of blue markings and then purple markings.
LCV turns a blue-purple color. The intensity of the color might vary based off of like how dilute or non-dilute the latent blood may be. In this case, also, I think the TV might be distorting the color a little bit as well.
I guess I'm just gonna see if I can approach you with a couple of these photographs, and which numbers they are, I don't know, but they're obviously all been entered into evidence. And I'm just trying to determine if I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Which is it?
Give me a second, Judge, I'll tell you.
I think one of them is 159, is that?
Slightly different angle. Yeah, wider angle. No, not that one.
I'm not sure which one you have there, Robbie. I know, I didn't use all of it.
Either, I mean, it's not that crucial in terms of numbering. I'm just asking, what I'm seeing in my photos is
Okay.
that some of this is blue, some of it does look purple.
I see what you're saying. To me, whether it's blue or purple, it's positive for LCD.
Okay. Being positive that there's some blood there.
Yes.
Okay. I also see this, like running of the color, like it's dripping down the wall or it's dripping down the bathtub.
Yeah, the flow. Yes.
And is that like there's an absolute trail of blood that all of that running is blood, or is it there's a spot of blood and the LCV being, I'm assuming, wet, it eventually turns a color and starts running, gravity takes its course and starts running down the wall of the tub?
It could be that we oversprayed, but in my opinion, looking at this is LCD positive areas. If there was an abundance of LCD sprayed, to where it kind of like pooled and then flowed down, the purple color change would have happened because it came in contact with the latent blood. So some of this might be flow from down the wall, but the majority of this is LCD positive reaction.
Well, I guess that's what I'm trying to determine.
When it could also,
So here, in both of these pictures, I'm looking at, say, right at where the tub meets
right,
the first piece of tile and the grout there. It looks like that's somewhat of a fair amount of concentration of purple, correct?
correct, yeah.
Okay, and below that, I see these streaks.
Yes.
Like I've poured something on it and it runs down like a heavy syrup would or something, and all running through the tub.
Yeah. It could also be that the latent blood there flowed down, or if it was diluted with water, if that was moved around and wet, that could have flowed down, which caused the purple color change reaction as well. This all is positive reaction. This is as well. The darker streaks might be flow, but overall, this entire area is positive for LCD.
But you're saying that some of this is maybe from the overspraying and it flows down, gravity does its work and it flows down. It doesn't mean that there was some blood that ran down the wall or down the tub.
It could mean either.
Okay, could be either, 50-50.
Yeah.
Okay. I noticed that on the wall, in the dry wall, there doesn't seem to be as much of the runoff. Is that because the drywall soaks it in
Yeah, it's
better
more
than the
absorbent.
tile?
Yeah.
And were you able to do any type of, I see that in a lot of these, LCD places and pictures that there's no scales.
Yeah, we didn't we don't put down scales for it. When I would say the majority of the walls, the floor, all had LCD positive areas, which the scale wouldn't really help. Our scales are like 5 inches, right? So
Okay, but you don't measure it,
we didn't measure.
and
No.
you don't scale it or take a sample of any of the stuff that lights up purple?
I took 3 samples
Okay,
of the
can you show me
LCD
where-
positive areas.
Those 3 samples are, it might not be on my picture.
It is on this picture actually. It's right underneath the window in the shower. And then the other 2 images, I don't think you showed them up close, but you can see in this corner scales as well from areas that were photographed and collected as well.
And this photo is, just so the record's clear, it says 159 on the screen.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, and one of them might be 2, so I'm gonna look. I'm assuming you're, on that photo, there's 2 spots that you took samples from?
Yes.
Are those 2 scale markers?
These are 2 scale markers. Yes, those areas were the areas where my teammate found ridge structure, and I swapped those after she did her photographs.
Those weren't blood droplets?
They were ridge structure in the LCD positive area. So
Okay.
yes, it was.
So those were blood samples?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, those were more of the drop type blood sample?
It wasn't a blood drop. It was it looked the same as everything else, kind of smeared, but then there was like ridge structure in it.
Okay. And there was one up toward the
Correct.
front of the tub?
Yes, I swabbed that as well.
Okay, so same thing.
Yes.
Correct. And I take it you, again, can't measure that or date it, correct?
Correct.
And when I talk about measuring, I'm talking about volume.
Correct.
Now, when you looking at the wall photograph, if I cut myself in my bathroom and, you know, whether it's shaving or whatever, and some blood drops on my sink or on the floor, if I just leave it there and you come into my apartment or house, you know, a week later, and being a single guy, I'm not the most clean freak. That might be visible to the naked eye, right? On my tile floor, there might be a blood drop.
It could be, yeah.
Okay. If I then try to clean it and I wipe it off and think I got the whole thing, but you put the LCV on my floor, might it very well show some purple spots?
Yes, it could show some purple spots. I wouldn't think like a shaving cut would cause that much blood in this image, but it would turn purple. Yeah.
And all of the red blood stains or red brown stains that you saw,
Mhm.
all of those with the naked eye that you saw were tiny blood drops, correct?
They were smaller, yes. Yeah.
I'm looking at, for instance, the drops that you marked I think there might be 5 of them, almost looks like the Big Dipper or something. Those are drops of blood.
I wouldn't call those drops of blood. I would call those possible spatter stains. They're circular staining. Drops of blood look a little different than that, but
To the record, I'm sorry, so the record's clear. Exhibit 133 is what council is showing us.
And there's some drops, and you're not a blood spatter expert, correct?
I have been trained in bloodstain pattern documentation only, so that's all I can do. I have not been trained in anything else.
Oh.
Yeah.
If I have that on my, that's the vanity, right?
Correct.
And if I try to wash that off, that could possibly leave a spot where the LCD would catch that and it would look, purple, correct?
Correct.
But it wouldn't look purple on just, it wouldn't be the same pattern of purple, correct? If I tried to take those stains off my vanity and didn't do a great job of cleaning it, it wouldn't be 5 spots that look like the Big Dipper on the wall after it's sprayed with LCD. Wouldn't it show as like a smear?
Yeah. Correct.
And if I had a blood drop or a couple blood drops from a cut or whatever on my tile floor, and I didn't clean it up or didn't do it right away and walked over those blood drops with my shoes, wouldn't that also lead later? Or, being lazy, I take my shoe, I rub it, and okay, the blood's not there anymore. But wouldn't it show up maybe on LCV from me walking out of the bathroom or onto my carpet?
Yeah, it could transfer as a pattern, or there was purple coloration or purple development on the bathroom tile floor as well as in the hallway carpet. So yes, it could.
Okay, so when we look at the carpet, LCV, purple, would you agree with me that very possible could come from blood on somebody's shoes?
It could, yeah.
Okay. And again, that can't be dated or measured in any way, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you talk about these ridge structures, you're taking those as samples to try to get a fingerprint, right?
Yes, my teammate did that. Yes.
Okay. And do you know, even though you're not involved in the, analyzation of the ridge structures or comparing it to known fingerprints, correct?
Correct. I've been trained in fingerprint processing for crime scenes only, but as far as the analysis, comparison, any of that, that's outside the area of my expertise. Yes.
Do you know if those ridge structures were good enough to be compared to known fingerprints?
That's outside of my area of expertise.
You don't know that. I'd have to ask that of somebody else, right?
Correct.
And that would be the same that I think we established before about the blood, whether it was drops, whether it was from LCV. You don't have anything to do in the comparison or analyzation of those pieces of blood in terms of matching it to individuals.
Correct. So I have been trained in bloodstain pattern documentation, meaning I can say this blood stain looks to me like a spatter stain or a drip stain. As far as its analysis in the lab for BPA, bloodstain pattern analysis, that's outside of my area of expertise. And as far as the DNA processing goes for who that blood may have come from, that is also outside of my area of expertise.
Fair enough. And I would be correct in stating, I mean, you, in your report, you list all of the items that you actually tested or collected with, you know, kind of item L1, L2 through L21, correct?
Correct. All of those items are items that I collected. Additional stains that I tested were not listed in that because I didn't collect them.
And I would be correct in stating that this list basically includes things you took from the dumpster, correct?
Correct.
And the stuff from the bathroom
Correct.
and the hallway and doors nearest the bathroom, such as the door, actually the bathroom door and the little hallway door on the same side of the wall as the bathroom door,
Correct. Yep.
There's no blood samples taken from the carpet, correct?
Correct.
No blood samples taken from anywhere else in the home, correct?
Correct. We did collect some boots from the living room, a washcloth to be tested further back at the lab, but we didn't do any testing on scene.
Is there any type, this LCV pick up any amount of blood that was ever spilled onto a floor, a bathtub, tile, or even a wall or door, no matter how much you cleaned it off?
It depends on how well you cleaned it. If you cleaned all of the blood, then it would not turn positive. If you didn't clean all of it, then it would turn positive.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Yes, let me show you, ma'am, let me show you first. Give me one second. Let me show you what's been marked for identification purposes, People's Exhibit 127. Do you recognize this?
Yes, those are a pair of boots that we observed in like the living room area of the apartment 202.
And you collected those boots?
Yes, we did.
They're fairly and accurately depicts the boots that you collected?
Yes.
People would move for admission of 127 as well here.
No objection.
Now, let me get back to, I want to just ask a question about 166. If I cut myself shaving, would I anticipate this much positive LCV on the walls opposite of the vanity, on the walls of the tub, on the side of the tub, and on the floor?
I would not expect that much blood.
From cutting myself shaving?
Correct.
You said earlier that the overspray. Let me go back to 150. 153. Yeah, let's go to 153. I'll zoom in just a little bit on it. Mr. Lang was asking you questions about the drips into the tub here on 153.
Yes.
You see those?
I see them.
He asked you if it was 50-50, whether or not that was hitting on actual blood that went that path, or whether or not it was just cast off or runoff. Do you remember that?
I recall that.
All right. Do you think it is legitimately a coin flip, or is that?
I don't know that you can put a percentage on it. If there was blood pooling at the top, which it looks like there might have been because you can see the dark line, when trying to be wiped off or cleaned off, then it could have flowed down the bathtub, therefore causing latent blood to be there, which turned positive. If we sprayed a lot, and let's say the pooling was just on the top, and we oversprayed because the tile and the bathtub is not absorbent, it could have flowed down and turned purple because it came in contact with blood. So there's no way either way. Sorry, there's no way that I can tell which it is for that.
All of this purple though that's on the front of the tub, that's positive. That's not a cast off or runoff.
Correct.
All of it that's on the side of the wall or on the floor, anything like that,
Yeah.
that's not runoff.
That appears to be staining.
The only one that might be is this small area that's on the side of the tub.
In my opinion, yes.
You've been trained on how much to spray?
Yeah, we spray. I mean, we just need like a light layer of mist is all it takes to get a positive result. So yeah, I've been trained.
And you sprayed according to your training?
Yes.
No further questions, right?
No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Guster.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Please watch your step.
Thank you.
It's 10 to 12. Who is your next witness, Marlon?
Detective Lesprance, a long period of time.
Long period of time, all right. We'll break for lunch. Come back at, let's be ready to go. Well, before I say it, Officer McKinney, do you know what's happening with the other people that have been working this for?
I don't know. I believe they were going to leave, but I'm not.
Can we approach for a second?
Yes.
Hey guys. Okay. So y'all know we got our good old TiVo time. I'm glad y'all understand what she's saying. You good, Alexa Rose? I'm like, I don't know what she's talking about. I don't know what that means. I can't see Sweet Pea. I'm like, I don't know what that means. Okay, well, at least y'all was able to decipher it because I was like, I don't know what's going on. Yes, we definitely have TiVo time. We would not be sitting here during their lunch, right?
You may call your next witness.
What calls are the Lesprance?
Merelda. Boom. Oh, they got it. Okay. They explained it to you. Cool beans. Okay, here we go, guys.
Afternoon.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Your right hand is raised. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about the business matter will be the truth and help you God?
Yes, sir.
You may have seats.
Matthew Lesprance, Mattthew. Last name is L-E-S, P as in Paul, E-R-A-N-C-E.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
How are you employed?
Through the City of Roseville Police Department.
What is your position in the city of Roseville Police Department?
Currently, I'm a sergeant on road patrol.
How long have you been with Roseville?
Just over 9 years.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I was a cadet at New Baltimore Police Department about 15 years ago. Other than that, no.
Were you working as a sergeant for Roseville back on the beginning of January or on January 3rd or 4th, 2025?
No, ma'am. I was a detective in that capacity.
And what were your duties as a detective at that time?
I investigate incidents of all kind that come across my desk from our command. It could be simple as theft and all the way up to homicide.
At some point, did an investigation at the 26069 Pinehurst come across your desk?
Yes, ma'am.
How did that come to be?
I was serving as an on-call detective. I was notified by Detective Lieutenant Beamer that a search warrant needed to be done based on some suspicious circumstances that were found at the address in question.
So once that information was relayed to you, do you then become the officer in charge of the case?
Yes, ma'am.
So what are your duties as officer in charge of the case?
I take the case over entirely. I make sure that everything is done chronologically and to the best of the ability of the department. I start at square one, basically.
When it was relayed to you that a search warrant needed to be executed, was there already an open investigation to your knowledge that Roseville was conducting?
Roseville was not, Warren Police Department was not.
So the investigation in Roseville essentially began when you took it over, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to that, there was an issue that was being investigated by Warren, correct?
Correct.
So why did you have to draft a search warrant? Actually, strike that. Do you recall the day that you had to do that search warrant?
It was a Saturday. I believe it was January 4th, ma'am.
2025?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you have to do that search warrant?
Officers went out to the address for a welfare check. The defendant, DeAndre Booker, called. Actually, let me go back. Officers went out there with Warren PD to do a welfare check of Ashley Elkins.
Do you know what day that was?
January 2nd, I believe.
It was January 2nd?
2nd or the 3rd.
The 3rd, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So there was an initial call out on January 3rd to what location? Or 2nd or 3rd?
The DeAndre Booker Department at 26069 Pinehurst.
And that's in Roseville?
Correct, ma'am.
So was there any other calls out to 26069 Pinehurst around that time?
Prior to me getting there,
Correct.
I believe they went out that next day too before I got there as well.
That would be January 4th?
Correct, ma'am.
And do you know if it was Roseville or Warren or both that went out?
That day was both.
So what brought you to get the search warrant on the 4th?
Strike that. 4th, it was Roseville PD that went out there. It was without Warren. Officer Nabozny, Officer Slut, and Officer Brierski went out there for a welfare check. And they went up to the defendant's door, knocked on it. The door became ajar. They announced their presence. They didn't hear any voices or anything coming inside, so they did a protective sweep of the residence. And that's when Officer Nabozny found remnants of blood, what appeared to be blood.
So were you present during that search on January 4th?
No, ma'am.
But as officer in charge, all of the information that is part of a case is relayed through you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So when they went on the 4th, that is when Officer Nabozny found what he believed to be suspected blood. The officers exited, they contacted you for a search warrant, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So were you ever given any indication about whether anything was found on January 3rd when the officers went in?
No, ma'am. To my knowledge, there was nothing observed or found on January 3rd.
So in the January 3rd search, it was both Roseville and Warren. What was relayed to you as officer in charge was that officers went in, took a look around, and found nothing and left, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
So going back to January 4th, did you in fact type a search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was signed by a judge?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what happened?
We executed the search warrant, Detective Lieutenant Beamer and I, along with Officer Brierski, Officer Nabozny, and Officer Kimber.
So you were there when the search warrant was executed?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you went in the apartment after the search warrant?
Officer Nabozny pointed out where he observed the suspected blood, and we began our initial search of the apartment for any signs of foul play or suspicious circumstances.
So we obviously went through the whole list of everything that Officer Nabozny found, collected during the search. I want to draw your attention to what's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 86. During Officer Nabozny's testimony, I do believe he had mentioned that there were the two types of trash bags. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is People's Proposed Exhibit 86. What is in this photo?
That is the Hefty Strong garbage bags, I believe the 30-gallon bags,
And where were these located?
in the kitchen.
Are these, this is just a closer view of what Officer Nabozny already testified to?
Yes, ma'am.
And this accurately reflects what it looked like when you were in the apartment on January 4th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
People will move the image of Proposed Exhibit 86.
Any objection?
I thought it was already,
This is
This is
just
all closer.
this is closer.
no problem, no objection.
So, so looking at exhibit 86, you see two kinds of trash bags, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's look at the hefty, the box of hefty.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you, I know it's kind of hard to see, can you tell us, like, describe it, please? How many are there? Like, what's the count? What's the size?
So it's the superior strength black garbage bags, super strong. They're rip tear resistant, and I believe the count was 28, if I'm not mistaken.
And what is the size?
30 gallon, 33 gallon.
Is it
I
30
can't
or
really
33?
see. It looks like 30 to me, ma'am.
30, okay. All right. And these were found in the kitchen area, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We also heard testimony about a weapon being found, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of gun was that again?
It was a black 9mm Taurus handgun.
And where was it found, if you can recall?
It was found under one of the love seats in the living room.
So there's been quite a bit of testimony about blood swabs of possible blood taken, both
Yes.
by, I believe it was Officer Navazny as well as Ms. Dresser. So what happens when someone collects a swab like that? What's the process that you do?
So it's handled by an evidence technician who collects a sample, processes it, and places it in evidence. It's placed in a secure location where only one person in the department can get it. And then once I deem it reasonable enough, and at that time, I would submit it over to the Michigan State Police Crime Lab for further analysis.
Is that something that you did ultimately do in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
So before we get to that, when you're in the apartment on January 4th, you do the search warrant, you collect all the evidence that we found. What do you do after that? Where's your investigation team?
So once the search warrant is complete, we document everything that we take from the apartment, and then we bring it back to Roseville Police Department where it is properly secured and packaged and then placed on evidence. And then I begin my initial investigation. I begin to speak with Warren detectives in making a determination as to what exactly is going on. Because at this point in time, we weren't sure if there was an exact crime that happened or if it was just speculation that the blood was from some minor accident or just we didn't know who it belonged to at this time.
So if you're trying to figure out what exactly is going on, what would you look for?
I would look
Or what did you look for in this instance? Let's keep it about this instance. So,
at the apartment.
yes.
So I look for signs of foul play and signs of any sort of struggle within the apartment. And then I would base my determination off of that.
Okay, so after the search warrant is done on the 4th, what is your next step?
I would contact parties involved or attempt to make contact with parties involved.
So did you ever look for any sort of video, surveillance video, anything like that?
Correct.
Tell me about that.
I'd have to look on my report to see what date it was. Myself and Detective Taylor went to the Hampton Court Apartments after making contact with Miss Sims, who was the apartment manager, in reference to surveillance footage. And we began to comb through surveillance footage starting on January 1st of 2025, all the way up until we knew the time that Ashley arrived at Mr. Booker's residence.
And how did you know what time Ashley arrived at the defendant's residence?
We spoke with detectives from Warren PD who had previously spoken with Miss Elkins' family, and we based our timeline off of that.
So what did you find when you were looking through that footage? Anything important?
Yes, ma'am. We found that Ashley arrived, as previously said in further earlier testimony, on January 2nd, around 07:58, I believe it was, in her silver Malibu.
And that you found a video of that?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were looking through all the video footage, did you ever find anything that saw Ashley leaving that apartment?
No, ma'am. Ashley's never left that apartment.
So what do you do after you find the footage of what you believe to be Ashley coming in just before 8 o'clock?
We make a determination of seeing if she ever left. Did she come out of another entrance or another exit? And then once we made that determination, we began to look at further video over a certain time period, which would reflect, okay, any reasonable person would leave after such a long period of time. Knowing at this point in time, I knew she had 2 young children, so I knew she wanted to be away from them for a long period of time.
So what would be the length of time that you would say that you and your team looked at footage of the Hampton Court apartments?
We looked at video footage all the way up until I believe it was the 4th, just past the 4th, maybe the early hours of January 5th.
Anything else of note in the footage other than actually providing shortly before 8 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am. You can see DeAndre Booker and another female leaving and going to and from Ashley Elkins' Silver Malibu.
What was your first impression when you saw that?
Based on the general description I had of Mr. Booker, I believe that the male figure in the video footage was him. In my initial investigation, I thought that the female he was seen leaving with might have been Ashley, based on it's a little bit grainy, and I think she may have changed clothes or had a different attire on at that time.
Were you ever able to, did you attempt to find out who those two people were that you saw getting into Ashley's car?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
I contacted DeAndre Booker.
Okay. Tell me about that.
I called him just after we completed the search warrant on that Saturday. That was the 5th. And on the telephone that he called 911 from.
So let's back up. When you called him, was that on your end, a department line, a cell phone, or
Yes, ma'am. It was on my department desk phone.
is that recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned something about obtaining a call or a phone number for the defendant. Tell me about that.
He called 911, which was received by Macomb County Dispatch, stating that his apartment was being broken into by members of the Elkins family that he observed on Facebook, and he wanted a welfare check done to see if his apartment was in fact broken into.
So that's how you got the defendant's number initially?
Yes, ma'am.
So what happened when you called him?
I identified myself as Detective Lesprance with the Roseville Police Department. I asked to speak with Mr. Booker, who he identified as him.
And what did you initially tell him you were calling about?
I initially told him that we received a call that he called 911 stating that someone had broken into his apartment.
So that would be a criminal investigation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Someone breaking into somebody's apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I interrupt for a second? When was that call?
That would be on Saturday, January 5th. It might have rolled over in the early hours of Sunday morning.
Was this the 911 call? That's what I'm
The 911 call he called in, I'd have to get an exact time. He called 911 that went into Macomb County Dispatch January 5th. I just don't know exact time.
So when you talked to the defendant, you believe to be the early morning hours of January 5th, you identified yourself, you told him that you had information about this possible break-in his apartment. What did he say after that?
He said that her family was posting stuff on social media, breaking into his apartment, looking for Ashley because they thought that Ashley was with him or at his apartment.
So at any point, did you talk to him about Ashley during this phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you talk about?
I asked him if he knew where Ashley was or the last time that he saw her.
Did he confirm that Ashley came to his apartment that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he tell you anything about her leaving?
He said Ashley came around 8:30-ish were his exact words. And then I asked when she left, and he said around 11:30-ish were his exact words.
Did you ask about any sort of clothing that she was wearing or anything like that?
Yes, ma'am. I asked him if she arrived in the same clothing that, if she left in the same clothing that she arrived in. He stated yes.
He said, yes, she did.
Yes.
Did you ask anything about Ashley's car?
Yes, ma'am. I just confirmed that, did she leave in the same car that she arrived in, which was the silver Malibu with the black rims? And he says yes.
Does he say anything to you, anything else that you can recall in that first phone call about Ashley being in his apartment, leaving, anything like that?
I'd have to refer to my report if that's okay.
If that would refresh your recollection.
Yes. Okay.
Anything else you can recall from that phone call?
I asked him what was the purpose of him and Ashley meeting up, and he said that they were just they would meet up from time to time and talk. I then asked him, as I reiterated before, does Ashley still drive that silver car? And he states yes to. From what he knows, yes. And that he made comments that he believed Ashley's family is accusing him of stealing her car and her phone.
At any point during that first phone call, do you ever tell him that you are investigating her disappearance yourself, or are you still saying it's more?
I believe at that time I'm still saying I informed him that Warren Police Department was actively looking for her as a missing person.
So after you talk to the defendant, at some point, obviously we've seen some other footage, the ring camera footage. How does that come to be discovered?
Once Detective Lieutenant Beamer and I left the residence after completing the search warrant, we were canvassing the area, the surrounding area, for any sort of CCTV footage, which we found the cameras affixed to the apartment building in question that DeAndre Booker lived at. And then we came across the Ring doorbell on the porch pillar that was previously introduced for earlier testimony.
So at some point, as part of your investigation, Ring camera footage for the surrounding area is checked, correct?
Yes,
And then you find the video of the shopping cart.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other Ring camera footage of note that you can recall other than what's already been introduced and played?
To my knowledge, no, ma'am.
Do you ever talk to the defendant again as part of your investigation?
I do.
Tell me about that.
If you're okay, if I can, I know there's a lot of phone calls between him and I. I'm sorry, there's just a lot of information exchanged between I. If I can reflect.
Let's say this, how many phone calls total were there between you and the
Three. I'm sorry, three.
Okay. So, yes, do you recall when the second phone call was?
On the 6th.
And do you recall the contents of that conversation? Or do you need to look at your?
I would have to refer to my report, ma'am.
Please do so.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
The second phone call with him, that was recorded as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Same phone I contacted him on the first time.
Do you inform him at that time that you are investigating Ashley's disappearance?
Yes, ma'am.
So by the time you talked to him the second time, has Roseville taken over the investigation from Warren Police Department?
At this point in time, it was determined that it was our investigation. Yes.
So when you get an investigation from another police department, what happens? Do they give you everything they have? Do you start fresh?
So we request that any information they had pertaining to Miss Elkins for this particular incident that they turn over to us, which was completed by a search warrant. And then we gathered all their information and started to incorporate it into our investigation.
So by the time you talk to the defendant on January 6th, you tell him that you are working on the investigation. Actually, what do you talk about?
I asked him, is this normal behavior for Ashley to go missing, which he states no. Him and I spoke about where his current whereabouts were, and that the time frame in which he left his apartment, and we just further go over a continued time frame that we previously discussed as well.
So do you ever bring up the video that we saw of him getting into the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
What does he say about that?
I confront him and say, I believe that the male getting in the silver Malibu is you, in which he states it was him, or I'm sorry, it was not him, and that it never at any point in time did he enter Ashley's vehicle.
And then you said you discussed his whereabouts?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did he say he was?
He was in Flint at Friends Mobile Home Park.
And did you get any information about how he got there, what time, things of that nature?
So he arrived there by Uber. That he stated he was picked up on the 3rd around 0100 to 0200 hours.
So it would be about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning on January 3rd?
Yes, ma'am.
That's when he told you he got in the Uber or arrived in Flint?
I believe that's when he said he got in the Uber.
Were you ever able to get any information about when he actually got into the Uber to go to Flint?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you come to get that?
Warren PD had a search warrant done on and phone pings done on both DeAndre and Ashley's cell phones.
And what did those pings show?
The time frame in which Mr. Booker gave me was not accurate as terms of it reflecting from the search warrant data.
So, and we know that the defendant's phone was dumped and was analyzed by Detective Moran, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was anything found in that phone that would show when the defendant actually was picked up in the Uber?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you what's been marked as. So I'm sorry, this was already admitted, I believe it was People's Exhibit 84 through Detective Moran. This was a screenshot that was found in the defendant's cell phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
So what information is in this screenshot?
This is the vehicle that picked up DeAndre Booker from Glendale and Gratiot to take him to Flint.
And it shows a time, correct? Can you see that?
511, ma'am? Is that the one on the top left? Is that what you're looking at?
Yes, and then it says what time he's going to be picked up, correct? So pick up in 6 minutes?
I got a glare on my, yes, ma'am.
So that would mean he was picked up by the Uber at approximately 5:17 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
in the area of Glendale Street.
Yes, ma'am.
What day is it?
Do you recall what day that was?
That would be January 3rd.
Okay. So once you get this information, do you ever get any official records from Uber or anything like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that.
The records from Uber reflected 3 accounts, all confirmed to be DeAndre Booker's.
So how do you get those? Do you do a subpoena?
Search warrant, ma'am.
Search warrant? Okay. So you do a search warrant for the defendant's records for Uber,
Yes, ma'am.
and you get, they send you back a return with results, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as people proposed exhibit 85. Do you recognize what's in this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
What is in this photo?
That is the Uber data from the search warrant that we sent over to Uber itself.
And this accurately reflects what Uber sent you in response to your search warrant regarding the defendant DeAndre Booker's Uber account and his rides over the last few days. That's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 85.
No objection, Your Honor.
Was it 84?
That was admitted through Detective Moran. So, looking at exhibit 85, the Uber record, we're going to draw your attention to the screen at the top. What do we have here? Are you able to see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what do we have here at the top as far as the record is?
You have the service in which it was used, which is UberX, the country, United States, the customer's name, which is Devin Bakes, which we already verified was an account used by DeAndre Booker based on his cell phone records. The ride share, which was completed as the status, and then the pickup and drop-off times.
There's also, it
Yep.
looks like, what else?
The pickup and drop-off locations is referred to in longitude and latitude.
Perfect. So, looking at the pickup time for the box one at the bottom,
Yes,
what
ma'am.
do we see here?
January 3rd at 5:17 a.m.
And what's the name attached?
Devin Banks, which is, as we discussed earlier, is an affiliate of, or an alias of DeAndre Booker, as previously found in his cell phone records.
On his cell phone, great. Where can you see the pickup location? Are you able to see what it says?
Are you talking in terms of the latitude, longitude, ma'am?
Correct.
42.49186, ma'am.
And the longitude, the next one.
Longitude is 82.9381.
Negative, correct? Negative, there's a negative?
Negative,
Okay.
yes, yes.
So, all right, now we're gonna go to People's Exhibit 127. Right? Yeah. Nope, not 127. Yes. This is People's Proposed Exhibit 126. Are you able to identify what is in this photo? Let's start with the right side.
Yes, ma'am. I see the Hampton Court Apartments in which DeAndre Booker resided at.
Okay, so this would be an overview of the Hampton Court Apartments in the surrounding area, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
From Google.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you stipulating the admission of this? I don't know if it's sure. So I believe there's a stipulation to the admission of people proposed exhibit 126 for exam purposes only.
Is that right?
No objection, Your Honor.
So we see in the top, just right of center, there's like the little dot.
Yes, ma'am.
Indicating a location.
That's the pickup location in which DeAndre Booker was picked up by the Uber to go to Flint.
Okay, and what would be the latitude and longitude of that?
Latitude and longitude is on the left side here, underneath, which accurately depicts the information that we received from Uber search warrant.
So this location lines up with what we found in the search warrant. Now, where on this map would that be in relation to the defendant's apartment?
The defendant's apartment is just south of the red bubble, if you will.
If it helps, if you want
Yeah.
to come down and maybe show us around.
So this is,
Where are Hampton Court Apartments?
Hampton Court Apartments are right here, where the silver bubble is. This is Pinehurst Street, as pointed out by Payne Barksdale, where she was dropped off the first time when she originally arrived. Pinehurst Street right here. DeAndre Booker's apartment is right here. And then Glendale Street right here, where this red bubble is where he was picked up to travel to Flint, where we found him.
So we previously seen videos, we had testimony about dumpsters that the defendant visited in the evening hours of January 2nd, early morning hours of January 3rd. Do you see those on that map?
The dumpsters themselves know, but the area, yes.
The area, okay,
Yes.
show us where they are.
So there's Hampton Court right here, and then the area in which the dumpster would be is over here.
And then there was also testimony about Motor City Pond in
Yes,
the video. Where is the Motor City Pond?
Motor City Pond is right here, this building that runs along Gratiot Avenue, northbound. And Marquette, right here, this is Motor City Pond, in which we observed DeAndre Booker running alongside of in earlier surveillance footage.
And that would be the early morning hours, approximately 5:17 a.m. is when we watched him go past Motor City Pond,
Yes,
or
ma'am,
around that time.
that's correct.
And that would be, his route would essentially be heading towards the pickup location, correct?
So he comes along Marquette Avenue, goes northbound on Gratiot, and then goes eastward on Glendale Street, where he's picked up by Uber.
He's picked up by Uber. And where does he go once he's picked up by Uber?
He goes to the Flint address where we originally found him.
Do you do any other subpoenas or search warrants for any other identifying information for defendant or any accounts or anything like that?
There was multiple search warrants done. We did the search warrant for DoorDash.
Okay, tell me about that.
So we had knowledge that on his phone there was a DoorDash order that was taken on the day in which Ashley was last seen or observed at his apartment that same day.
Now you said you had knowledge. Where did you get that information?
Warren Police Department advised that the family found a cell phone while at DeAndre Booker's apartment that contained that information.
And do you remember when the family would have found that? Was that before or after you took over the investigation?
That was before.
So you had information that the defendant may have done, executed a DoorDash order.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with that information?
We then, yes, ma'am. We then subpoenaed a search warrant for the DoorDash history for DeAndre Booker's apartment and for himself.
And did you get records back from that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as People Proposed Exhibit 87. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is this?
This is the DoorDash order in which the subscriber information of DeAndre Booker. This was on January 2nd at 23:46 hours, and this was the what was delivered in its entirety to his address.
Now, was
I'm
this,
sorry, what was the time for this? January 2nd?
Yep, January 2nd at 23:46 Eastern Standard Time. So yes, sir.
now this, what we're looking at now, is this the information that was received from the defendant's phone, or is this information that you got as a result of the search warrant?
This is the information we received as a result from the search warrant.
So we would move for the addition of People's Proposed Exhibit 87.
Exam purposes only, no objection.
Thank you. All right. So as far as, what do we see here? The subscriber information is who?
Subscriber information is DeAndre Booker, verified by his email, DeAndreBooker24@gmail.com, which was also found in multitude within his search warrant download of his cell phone found on his person. It was delivered and ordered on January 2nd, 23:46.
So for the rest of us who don't know military time, what time would 23:46?
That's 11:46 p.m.
Thank you.
No problem.
What address was it delivered to?
It's delivered to 26069 Pinehurst Street, Roseville, Michigan 48066, apartment B202, which is that of which DeAndre Booker resided in.
And what was delivered?
Contents that were delivered were hefty, strong, 30-gallon large drawstring trash bags, 28 count, which we verified through one of the exhibits you admitted, and then Clorox disinfecting bleach, 43 ounces, and then essential everyday medium 13-inch long household latex gloves.
Thank you. So I believe we have talked about two of the phone conversations with defendant, and I believe you mentioned that at some point you talked to him about whether or not he was getting into, that was him getting into Ashley's car, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you mention anything to him about any videos you had watched or anything of that nature?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, tell us about that.
I indicated to him that I believe that I observed him getting into the passenger seat of Ashley's vehicle. I displayed to him that I observed him going initially to the driver's side and then walking over to the passenger side, checking the back bumper area for something, and then him and this unidentified female who I at the time believed to be Ashley get into this vehicle and leave the property.
What's his response to that?
He said, "That's not me. I never got into Ashley's vehicle."
So you said at the time you believed it to be Ashley.
Yes.
At some point, did you find out that was not Ashley in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
How were you able to get that?
He said he uttered the words niece to me, and then based on the data from his cell phone search warrant, we were able to determine that his niece, Payne Barksdale, was the female that got in the vehicle with him.
And did you talk to him about that information?
I'd have to reflect on my report, ma'am.
If that would refresh your recollection.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, I'm ready.
What do you recall him saying about that?
So in terms of him leaving the apartment, he's stating that he's never gotten into the vehicle. They never left in the vehicle together at any point in time. he is picked up and uses Uber as his primary mode of transportation. I then request a screenshot or some sort of data that would be consistent with his story in which he's given me.
Do you ever get a screenshot from him?
No, ma'am.
So the screenshot we just discussed, was that, he never sent that to you, correct?
No, ma'am.
That was found in his phone?
Correct.
Anything else that you discussed with him that you can recall?
I asked him where he goes and if he remains on the premises. He creates a story in which he stated he went to, which was later learned to be Payne's address in Detroit, which we found to be untrue. At no point in time was he ever found to be in the vicinity of Payne's. He used the information in which Payne got her DoorDash order delivered to her residence as kind of a story that he conjured to make it known that he was possibly not at the residence in the times in which he stated he was.
Okay. Now, the time that he stated he went to the apartment in Detroit with Payne, were you ever able to find any video footage or anything around his apartment showing that he was in fact still there?
Yes, ma'am. Prior to, I asked him what kind of clothing he was wearing, in which he insinuated that he was wearing the blue Carhartt jacket, jeans, and tennis shoes, which correctly depicted what we observed on the CCTV footage throughout the course of the day and from him to be wearing, which accurately depicted what we found in the Flynn address as well. Which would corroborate, or I'm sorry, not corroborate his story. He was found to be on CCTV footage at the property almost the entire day.
Now, you had mentioned something about, I believe it was Warren Police Department, Payne, the defendant, and Ashley's phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me a little more about that.
So we had confirmation between us and Warren PD that Ashley's phone was currently pinging all the way up until the Sally Beauty Supply. And then the phone was either turned off or destroyed in some manner. And the phone.
So I'm just going to jump in. You mentioned a beauty supply. You said Sally.
Sally Beauty Supply, yes, ma'am.
Kelly?
Cali
Or is
Beauty,
that
yes,
something-
sorry.
something different?
Cali Beauty, yes, ma'am.
So, and is this the video and the discussion that we've already had with Payne? That's what you're referring to, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
The trip to Kelly Beauty Supply that Payne testified she took with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am. That is the last time that Ashley's phone accurately had a ping to it, and the location was able to be found.
Okay, and so Ashley's phone was pinged to Kelly Beauty Supply?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to get the defendant's phone location pinged at the same time?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that at the same time that Ashley's was at Kelly Beauty Supply?
At that place too, at Kelly Beauty Supply.
Do you recall what time it was that those two phones were pinging together at Kelly Beauty Supply?
I do not. I don't know if it's depicted in my report or if that's another officer that handled the exact time frames. If it is, I can look if it's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, ma'am, it doesn't look like I have the those time frames. It might have been done by another detective.
So the last,
This second.
yes,
I was taking down notes about Detective Sergeant Lesprance. You were asking Mr. Hooker about statements that he made about what he was wearing. I didn't catch everything. You did say the blue jacket.
Blue jacket, jeans, and some shoes. That's what he told me.
And what kind of blue jacket did you say? He said it was.
He just said blue jacket.
Just blue jacket.
Yes.
so just so I'm clear, the last known location of Ashley Elkins' phone was in the area of Kelly Beauty Supply, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was at the same time that the defendant's phone was in the area of Kelly Beauty Supply, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you get information about Ashley's phone being at Kelly Beauty Supply, what do you do?
We sent detectives to Kelly Beauty Supply in order to get video footage to confirm if Ashley was or was not there.
Were you ever able to confirm whether Ashley was at Kelly Beauty Supply?
Ashley was never at Kelly Beauty Supply.
Did you find anything of note at Kelly Beauty Supply?
Yep, it was later learned that the tan Chevy Equinox that DeAndre and Payne Barksdale arrived in were seen on CCTV footage at the Kelly Beauty Supply, in which Payne exits the vehicle and heads into the store.
And that's the video we watched earlier today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So at some point, we've talked about how you found out that the defendant left the Glendale location and went up to Flint, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with that information?
So Warren's special ops unit had an eye on the apartment, in which they were keeping an eye just to see if DeAndre left or if he was in fact there. And they had confirmation that he was still there based on cell phone ping data.
Do you mean there up in Flint?
Up in Flint, yes,
Do you
ma'am.
recall the address or the street?
I can get it for you in just 1 second, ma'am. "4479 Rainbow Lane, Flint, Michigan 48507.
At some point, do you go to that location in Flint?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Tell me about that.
So we, based on my investigation, it was determined that a serious crime had taken place inside of DeAndre Booker's apartment, and we did a evidentiary search warrant at the Flint address on Rainbow Lane, as I previously mentioned. And the search warrant entailed any clothing that we viewed on CCTV footage, or the car keys to the silver Malibu, DeAndre Booker's cell phone, Ashley Elkins' cell phone, or anything deemed appropriate or evidentiary value in pertains to this incident in this case.
So what happened when you went up to Rainbow Lane?
Myself, along with members of the Roseville Police Department and Warren Special Ops Unit, executed the search warrant at Rainbow Lane, which we found DeAndre Booker, his current, I guess you could say, girlfriend, and her children inside of the trailer home.
So I'm showing what has been admitted as people's exhibit on the side. Who's this?
That's DeAndre Booker, ma'am.
Where was that taken?
That is taken on inside one of the bedrooms inside of the Rainbow Lane address in Flint.
Okay, so this was when the defendant was at Flint and you saw him in this state, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So what happened when you got to Rainbow Lane and executed the search warrant? What did you find?
We secured all persons inside of the residence, and then we began to scour the environment for signs of DeAndre Booker's clothing, shoes he was wearing, the jacket in particular, the jeans, and the black Carhartt knitted hat that he was wearing.
Did you find any of that?
Yes, ma'am, we found it all.
All of it?
Yes, ma'am.
This is exhibit 112. What's this?
That is a jacket that DeAndre Booker described to me of him wearing. That's the same jacket that he was seen wearing in the CCTV footage at multiple times during his duration at the Hampton Court Apartments on CCTV footage going to and from the dumpsters. And that's inside of the bedroom in which he was staying at while at the Flint address.
Okay, so this was located in Flint, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on exhibit 114, this was previously admitted and was testified to that was, I believe it was the stain above the zipper, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What drew your attention to that?
We believed it to be suspected blood.
What did you do with that?
Evidence technicians on scene secured the jacket and placed it into evidence for further analysis.
Was it swabbed or tested in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would have been sent to the lab as well?
Yes, ma'am.
What do we have, and this is exhibit 115, was this found at Flint as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that important to you?
So this shows that it's the same pants in which DeAndre Booker was wearing on the CCTV footage that we observed at the Hampton Court Apartments.
And exhibit 116, why would this be important?
That is the same Carhartt hat that DeAndre Booker is wearing, also again in the CCTV footage we found at the Hampton Court Apartments.
So after you execute the search warrant and you find, oh yes, sorry, I'm gonna pull up one more exhibit. And then this was exhibit 118.
Yes, ma'am.
What is this?
So those are the shoes that at some point during the CCTV footage, DeAndre Booker is observed wearing the black boots and also these tennis shoes. And these are the tennis shoes found at the Flint address during the search warrant.
So after you execute the search warrant, you find the defendant at the location, you find all these clothes, what do you do next?
A search was done on DeAndre Booker's person, in which we found his cell phone. We obtained his cell phone that way. I read him his Miranda rights and asked him if he wanted to speak with me in regards to Ashley Elkins, in which he said no.
So the cell phone that was found on him, is that the one that was turned over and that we did the dump on that Detective Miranda testified to?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the defendant arrested at that time?
No, ma'am, he was not.
Okay, tell me why.
So we didn't believe that we had enough to secure him under arrest. We needed more evidence to place him under arrest at that time. So we went back to Roseville PD after finishing the search warrant and gathering all the evidence. We began further looking at data, that of which Detective Moran used the defendant's search warrant of his cell phone, and we determined that there were multiple crucial inconsistencies in DeAndre Booker's story to me during the recorded line conversations that him and I had, that we were able to charge him with lying to a peace officer during a serious crime.
Okay, so at some point is the defendant arrested?
Yes, ma'am, he is.
When was that?
The very next day.
And what was he arrested for that time?
The initial time we arrested him was for the lying to a peace officer during the serious crime investigation.
And was that based on statements that he made during his recorded phone calls with you, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
So at some point, I know that there was a search for Ashley's car, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it ever located?
So we searched at length for Ashley's vehicle. We know it was going eastbound on Roseville from DeAndre Booker's apartment. It was caught on multiple surveillance cameras throughout neighborhoods and the surrounding area. The vehicle, we lost sight of the vehicle at somewhere in St. Clair Shores, heading in a northwesterly direction. At that point, we never picked up the vehicle again until Detective Dobricki was able to find it at the Golf Manor Apartments.
Do you recall what day that was?
No, ma'am, I don't.
I'm showing you People's Exhibit 88. What's this?
That is Ashley Elkins' vehicle on the day that Detective Dobricki finds it in the Golf Manor Apartments.
So this is People's Exhibit 89. This was just the front view of Ashley's car.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just going to direct your attention. You see a blue air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And that was there when you found the car, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
While we're pulling up another exhibit, were you ever able to verify whether that car that we were just looking at was Ashley's car?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you do that?
So we ran the VIN and correlated it and traced it back to Ashley. We verified that through family. We showed the family pictures of the vehicle, and they verified that it was in fact Ashley's vehicle.
Was the car registered to Ashley at the time? If you do recall?
To be honest with you, ma'am, I don't recall. I want to say yes, but I'm not definitively
That's
sure.
okay, I would rather you not guess. So, I'm just gonna pull up one more exhibit. Exhibit 4. It's probably car. Are you able to see whether the car that is moved to the Ashley's that parking lot has that same air freshener hanging from the rear? I know it's kind of hard to see from this view.
I see something hanging from the rear view, ma'am. It's hard on this angle and the pixelation of the TV.
That's
But I do remember her car having that blue air freshener. Yes, ma'am.
So we had talked about the fact that there was suspected blood found in various locations that was swabbed and sent to the lab. Did you ever receive any sort of results back from that?
Yes, ma'am.
And as the officer in charge, all lab results would come back to you, correct?
Correct, ma'am. So they're funneled through our, we get a notification through the Michigan State Police Crime Lab, in which our detective bureau secretary also gets a notification. She takes the documentation from the Michigan State Police Crime Lab that is sent over to us and attaches them to the report, and then notifies me as well.
So we have people's exhibits 91 through 94. There are 4 separate lab reports. We're moving the admission of them under MCL 766.11B for purposes of preliminary exam.
Probably have no objection. Can I just make sure that they're the same ones?
Exhibit stickers on the back.
No objection to number 91. Objection to 92. Objection to 93. No objection. No objection to 90.
Maybe we'll all be.
Thank you. So I'm going to publish, if you can't see it on the TV, let me know, I can bring.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is people's exhibit 91.
Okay.
This would be Michigan State Police Lab Report. This is laboratory number MD 25-46.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What, are you able to walk us through kind of what is depicted on this
Yes,
report? What was received or sent over, what was received?
Yes, ma'am. So the hallway door swabs in which MSP Agent Guster originally spoke about, hallway wall swabs, inside tub swabs which were open but not tested, bathtub drain swabs, inside tub swabs open but not tested, and then the covered swabs. And the covered, just for clarification, is the one that was found inside the bathroom.
And each one of those is packaged separately, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And given its own number.
Yes, ma'am.
So this first lab report, what does it indicate? We're gonna start with the first part. It says, for number 3, what was item number 3?
Item number 3 is the hallway door swabs, which tested negative for fetal thing.
So this first lab report is this just for the presence of blood?
Yes, ma'am.
So the hallway door swab was negative for the phenol thing, and what does that indicate? Can you read that for us?
Did not indicate the presence of blood.
Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Tell me what that says.
MD 25-46, which is the Michigan State Police's incident number, is in correlation to our incident. It is container number 4, which up here is the hallway wall swabs. It indicated a positive presence of blood for the female family.
What do we have next? What item was that? It's just a
Item
second.
number 6, which is the bathtub drain swabs. It was a positive indication for the presence of blood, which was a positive indication for female family.
And what was next?
That was item number 8, what was the covered swabs, as I originally indicated, were the from the vanity inside of the bathroom. Were positive for indicated the presence of human blood, which is different than what Ms. Guster already testified. This one indicated that it was human blood, which, as she originally stated, female family just indicated a presence of blood. This one indicated a positive presence of actual human blood.
So when you see a report like this, what's the next step?
So I document it, attach it to the report, verify that it's attached properly by our Detective Bureau Secretary, and then I kind of put it in layman's terms so it's easy to understand once it's being read inside of an actual police report.
So do you ever Well, let's just move over to exhibit 92. So this is the Michigan State Police Lab report, same number, MD 25-46, record number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
What is documented in this report?
So this one contains multiple things. This was container number 10, which is a blue jacket, same one we found at the Flynn address that DeAndre Booker was confirmed to be wearing on CCTV footage and during his statements to me over recorded line. The dumpster floor stain swabs, which Agent Brewster spoke of, that would be the dumpster where the spread of blood was found. The impressions A and B, the bathtub stain swabs that were originally found by Officer Navazny, a buccal swab of DeAndre Booker. A buccal swab is a DNA swab. A buccal swab of Monica Elkins. A buccal swab from Alexis Elkins, which is the sister of Ashley, and then a buccal swab of both of Miss Ashley Elkins' children as well, and the toothbrush of Miss Elkins as well.
Now, you mentioned that the buccal swab is a DNA swab. Can you tell us how it's obtained?
Yep, so there's a certain tool that we're given in which you swab the individual's cheeks on both sides. So one swab for the left side and one swab for the right side.
And those were all submitted in that order to the Michigan State Police Lab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you do the swabs or did somebody else do them?
Detective Sergeant Karasi completed the buccal swabs.
All right, so we're going to go to the next page of this report and walk us through. Once we get to it. All right, so starting at the top under interpretations, what do we have?
So this is item number.
Sorry.
This is page 2 of.
2 of report number 2.
You got it?
All right, so the interpretations, what do we have?
Yes, ma'am. So this is item number 10, the blue jacket. It's a hair screening. Hairs and fibers observed but not collected or examined, excuse me. Positive for phenolphthalein, indicating the possible presence of blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood. Additional stains were observed but were not tested. Wearer ID, which that is the person that ultimately wears the jacket on a consistent basis, was in this place, in this circumstance with DeAndre Booker. That item was swab. Swabs of the item collected for subsequent DNA testing.
And what would be the next one? L1.
L1 is the dumpster floor stain swabs, the dumpster in which had the presence of blood in it. Portions of the item removed for subsequent DNA testing. This was done by Ms. Brewster.
And what is the next one?
Impressions A and B, as originally spoke about by Ms. Brewster, for the bathtub stain swabs. Previously tested by crime scene response team, which Ms. Brewster is a part of. Portions of this item removed for subsequent DNA testing.
Okay, what's the next one?
Next one is DeAndre Booker's buccal swab, which was referenced for DNA, also cut for DNA. Portions of this item removed for subsequent DNA testing.
And what about 15?
15 is Monica Elkins' buccal swab, same as DeAndre Booker's. It was a reference for DNA. It was cut for DNA, which means it was being tested. Portions of this item removed for subsequent DNA testing.
The next one?
For
Let's do 17 and 18.
17 and 18 are the buccal swabs of Ms. Elkins' children. It's a reference DNA standpoint, and they're both cut for DNA for future testing.
And number 19.
Is the toothbrush belonging to Ashley Elkins, also a reference DNA standpoint and an item swab.
Okay, so moving on to exhibit number 93. What do we have here?
93, record 3.
I'm sorry, 3, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So this is the results of the examination of the evidence depicted above here: the hallway stain swabs, bathtub drain stain swabs, covered stain swabs, all the ones I mentioned before, ma'am.
Okay. So what does the result of the examination say?
A DNA profile was obtained from item MD 25-4614B, which was the buccal swab of DeAndre Booker, and it was determined that it is sufficient for comparison purposes, meaning that they had enough DNA on that to compare to other things.
to the next page. Alright, number 2.
Number 2 says, a DNA profile was obtained from item MD 25-4619D, which is the toothbrush swab with Ashley Elkins. And it was determined that it's sufficient for comparison purposes.
So what's number 3?
Number 3 is the interpretation of the hallway stain swab performed assuming that the DNA profile originated from 2 individuals, at least one of which genetically types as male.
So let's just skip down to where it says results.
Yes, ma'am. Based on the DNA type and results obtained from the hallway wall stain swabs, it is approximately 980 million times more likely that it originated from DeAndre Booker and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors.
And what is the
This analysis,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am, verbal scale. So I'll just put it in layman's terms. This analysis provides very strong support that DeAndre Booker is a contributor to the hallway wall stain swab.
Okay, so we're moving down to the box below.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you tell us what that result is?
Yep, so this is the toothbrush of Ashley Elkins. The results, based on the DNA typing results obtained from the hallway stain swabs, it is approximately 5.8 octillion times more likely that if it originated from Ashley Elkins and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. Basically stating that this analysis provides very strong support that Ashley Elkins is a contributor to the hallway wall stain swab.
Can you back up for just a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. The 980 million times more likely that DeAndre Booker was a contributor to the hallway stain of blood. That was in the hallway, is that what you're indicating?
Yes, sir.
And
So
then the next one is
also the hallway.
both hallways. right?
Yes.
Both DeAndre and Ashley Elkins. Thank you.
Correct, sir. We're just showing that Ashley Elkins was 5.8 octillion times more likely to be on that hallway wall stain swab, and DeAndre Booker was only 980 million. So we're just showing that correlation.
So when we're looking at this, I'm gonna clarify that.
Okay, I'm gonna place my objection on the record to,
Right.
this detective interpreting or making an opinion on what the plain, reading of these results are, unless he can establish that he's some kind of expert in analysis of DNA. because
At this point, you're just reading what the report.
Well, he's shortening it, he's leaving a couple things out. So that's why, it's been exhibited as an exhibit. I have no objection to it being as an exhibit. I just have a problem with this detective interpreting it the way he is interpreting it, because that's just simply not correct.
I'm certain that you'll cross-examine.
So I can back up and clarify
Go ahead.
because, so we're gonna go up to paragraph 3.
Correct.
Can you just read that full statement for us, please?
Yep. Can you, Mr. DeFranco, can you scroll
Oh,
down?
yeah, that's what I said. Yep.
So number 3 says interpretation of item MD 25-464D hallway wall stain swabs was performed assuming that the DNA profile originated from 2 individuals, at least one of which genetically types as male.
Okay. And then under that, we see a box that says hypothesis.
Yes, ma'am.
You see that? Okay. Could you just read everything in that box, please?
Yes, ma'am. H1 MD 25-46-14D DeAndre Booker buccal swab and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. Hypothesis 2, 2 unrelated unknown contributors.
And then the results from that is what you previously read, that it was 980 million times more likely if it originated from DeAndre Booker and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we move down to the box below and the hypothesis. Could you read us that text, please?
Hypothesis 1, MD 25-46-19D toothbrush swab with Ashley Elkins alternate known and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. Hypothesis 2 is 2 unrelated unknown contributors.
And then what is the results of that?
Results read, based on the DNA typing results obtained from the hallway wall stain swabs, it is approximately 5.8 octillion times more likely that if it originated from Ashley Elkins and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's move down to number 4. Please read us number 4.
Number 4, interpretation of item MD 25-46-6D, bathtub drain stain swab, was performed assuming that the DNA profile originated from one individual that genetically types as female.
So just to clarify, this is the bathtub drain swab, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is the hypothesis that they compared for that?
Hypothesis 1, MD 25-46-19D, toothbrush swab with Ashley Elkins, alternate known. Hypothesis 2 is an unrelated unknown contributor.
What are the results for that?
The results, based on the DNA typing results obtained from the bathtub drain stain swab, it is approximately 15 octillion times more likely that if it originated from Ashley Elkins than if it originated from an unrelated unknown contributor.
And what does the verbal scale say?
This analysis provides very strong support that Ashley Elkins is the contributor to the bathtub drain stain swab.
And what does it say under the verbal scale?
Exclusions. DeAndre Booker is excluded as a contributor to the bathtub drain stain swab.
Moving along to paragraph 5.
Interpretation of item MD 25-46-8D, covered stain swab, was performed assuming that the DNA profile originated from 2 individuals, at least one of which genetically types as male.
What's the hypothesis?
Hypothesis 1, MD 25-46-14D, DeAndre Booker, Buckle, and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. Hypothesis 2, 2 unrelated unknown contributors.
And what are the results of the testing for the covered stain swab?
Based on the DNA typing results obtained from the covered stain swab, it is approximately 1.1 thousand times more likely that if it originated from DeAndre Booker and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors.
And what is the verbal scale?
This analysis provides moderate support that DeAndre Booker is a contributor to the covered stain swab.
All right, we're moving down to the next box, the hypothesis.
Hypothesis 1, MD 25-46-19D, toothbrush swab with Ashley Elkins, alternate known. And 1 unrelated unknown contributor. Hypothesis 2, 2 unrelated unknown contributors.
And what were the results of that, for the covered stain?
Based on the DNA typing results obtained from the covered stain swab, is approximately 7.6 octillion times more likely that if it originated from Ashley Elkins and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors.
And the verbal scale for that?
Verbal scale reads, this analysis provides very strong support that Ashley Elkins is a contributor to the covered stain swab.
Moving down to number 6.
Interpretation of item MD 25-46-10AD, the blue jacket stain swab, was performed assuming that the DNA profile originated from 1 individual that genetically types as female.
Now, this blue jacket that is indicated, is that the jacket that was found in Flint at the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell us about the hypotheses.
Hypothesis 1, MD 25-46-19D, toothbrush swab with Ashley Elkins, alternate known. Hypothesis 2, an unrelated unknown contributor.
What were the results?
Results read, based on the DNA typing results obtained from the blue jacket stain swab, it is approximately 11 octillion times more likely if it originated from Ashley Elkins than if it originated from an unrelated unknown contributor.
And what would be the verbal scale?
Verbal scale reads, this analysis provides very strong support that Ashley Elkins is the contributor to the blue jacket stain swab.
And what does it say under exclusions?
Exclusions read, DeAndre Booker is excluded as a contributor to the blue jacket stain swab.
Moving along to number 7.
Interpretation of item MD 25-46-10BD, blue jacket cuffs and collar swabs, was performed assuming that the DNA profile originated from 3 individuals, at least one of which genetically types as male.
Tell us about the hypothesis.
Hypothesis 1, MD 25-46-14D, DeAndre Booker, Buckle, and 2 unrelated unknown contributors. Hypothesis 2, 3 unrelated unknown contributors.
And what would the results be?
Based on the DNA typing results obtained from the blue jacket cuffs and collar swabs, it is approximately 920 septillion times more likely that if it originated from DeAndre Booker and 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from the 3 unrelated unknown contributors.
And the verbal scale for that?
Verbal scale reads, this analysis provides very strong support that DeAndre Booker is a contributor to the blue jacket cuffs and collar swabs.
And again, this is the jacket that was found in Flint pursuant to the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
So what's the next box, the hypothesis?
Hypothesis reads, hypothesis 1, MD 25-46-19D, toothbrush swab, Ashley Elkins, alternate known, and 2 unrelated unknown contributors. Hypothesis 2, 3 unrelated unknown contributors.
And what were the results?
Based on the DNA typing results obtained from the blue jacket cuffs and collar swabs, it is approximately 500 trillion times more likely if it originated from Ashley Elkins and 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown contributors.
And the verbal scale?
This analysis provides very strong support that Ashley Elkins is a contributor to the blue jacket cuffs and collar swabs.
And number 8.
Interpretation of item MD 25-46-L1D, dumpster floor stain swab. Was performed assuming that the DNA profile originated from one individual that genetically types as female.
All right. And the hypotheses?
Hypothesis 1, MD 25-46-19D, toothbrush swab, Ashley Elkins, alternate known. Hypothesis 2, an unrelated unknown contributor.
Okay, the results?
Based on the DNA typing results obtained from the dumpster floor stain, it is approximately 37 septillion times more likely if it originated from Ashley Elkins than if it originated from an unrelated unknown contributor.
Verbal scale?
This analysis provides very strong support that Ashley Elkins is a contributor to the dumpster floor stain swab.
And exclusions?
DeAndre Booker is excluded as a contributor to the dumpster floor stain swab.
And that's the dumpster that we heard the payment crosser testified to today, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Number 9 reads, a DNA profile was obtained from item MD 25-46-L13D, impressions A and B, bathtub stain swab that is insufficient for comparison purposes.
So that would be the end of the comparisons for that report. So I'm turning to the last page. What do we have here? Can you tell us what this box is?
Yeah, so this is as it reads, the propositions were formed from the form information available to the undersigned at the time of the analysis. This information changes, or if other propositions should be considered, the analysis is able to undertake them if instructed with sufficient time. The magnitude of the likelihood ratio relates to the degree of support provided by the evidence under the tested hypotheses and assumptions. The qualitative statement for comparison of the evidentiary typing result to a person of interest is based on the following table. Likelihood ratio and qualitative equivalent.
So if the likelihood ratio is 0, what do we have for qualitative equivalent?
Exclusion.
And what about 1?
Uninformative.
2 to 99.
Limited support.
100 to 9,099.
Moderate support.
10,000 to 999,999.
Strong support.
1 million and greater.
Very strong support.
The final lab report for today goes exhibit number 94.
I'm sorry, can you back up? Go to the previous exhibit. One of the tests was on the jacket, correct?
There's 2 tests in there.
Right,
One on the blood stain swab and then one on the cuffs and collars.
okay, so the second one where it says, blue jacket, was that just on the cuffs and collar?
As it depicts in this,
The reason I ask is because, for the cuffs and collars, the contributor would have been, Mr. Booker. The other one excluded Mr. Booker. That's why I was asking you.
correct.
I believe it
So,
was number 7 said blue jacket, cuffs and collars. The
Yep.
question is, does that just refer to the cuffs and collars,
yes, sir.
not the stains on the jacket?
No, sir.
Thanks.
Just pointing your attention to number 6.
Yes.
What is depicted in number 6?
Depicted in number 6 is the interpretation of item MD 25-46-10AD. The blue jacket stain swab was performed assuming that the DNA profile originated from one individual that genetically types as female.
Okay, so this is the analysis that corresponds with the stain, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Zip of the pocket.
Which would be separate from the cuffs and collar, which was talked about in number 7.
Correct.
Does that clarify your?
Yes, thank you.
Did you want us to go through the results?
No, I got the results, I just wasn't sure if it
Right.
included the entire jacket.
And we can publish the actual papers report to have.
Thank you.
I just have one more lab report.
Okay.
Yep. Number 94, this is record number 7, Michigan State Police Lab Report. What do we have here?
Evidence received, container 20, sealed cardboard box containing swabs of the Taurus pistol belonging to DeAndre Booker, and a sealed plastic package containing trace materials removed from the pistol. Item 20 is a 9mm Luger caliber Taurus model G3X semi-automatic pistol, serial number ADG 538604.
And is this the gun that was found in the defendant's apartment?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
So that was submitted to the lab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is in container 22?
Container 22 is a sealed envelope containing swabs of the fired bullet found in the drain. Item 22 is one of the fired bullet.
And it says evidence generated during examination.
Container TF-20, heat sealed plastic bag containing test shot envelope containing test shots from item number 20. One fired cartridge, case and fired bullet, and then another fired cartridge, case and fired bullet.
And what were the results of the physical and microscopic examination?
Item 22, fired bullet and test shots from item 20 were physically examined and microscopically compared using light comparison microscopy. Item 22, fired bullet, is inconclusive as having been fired from item 20, the pistol. These items share agreement of class characteristics but lack consistent and reproducible individual characteristics. Item 22, again, fired bullet is consistent with being a 38 or 9mm caliber class fired frangible bullet displaying conventional rifling specifications of 6 lands and grooves with a right twist. Item 20, the pistol functioned in condition it was received. Test shots from item 20 will be returned to the submitting agency.
So the item 22 fired bullet result does say it's consistent with being a 38 or 9mm caliber. Is that the same as the caliber of the gun that was found?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
But it's, and it has the same class characteristics, that's what you just read, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But they could not conclusively, it was inconclusive as to whether or not that one was actually fired from that specific weapon.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So, just a couple more questions. We've heard about, obviously, a lot about the dumpster, the blood that was swabbed. Did you ever find out throughout your investigation when those dumpsters were picked up?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
When was that?
That was done by some of our command officers. They reached out to the dumpster companies and they were able to gain surveillance footage and screenshot times and dates of when the dumpsters were picked up and brought to a different facility.
So when was that particular dumpster that we've been looking at where the blood was found, when was that collected?
The next day, after we observed DeAndre Booker taking the shopping cart to that dumpster.
Would that be, are you talking about January 3rd or January 4th?
January 3rd, I believe.
We've seen lots of surveillance footage from Hampton Court Apartments and Colonial Village Apartments. When you looked at those footage, did you happen to know whether the times were identical or were they offset at anything?
They were offset. They were in UTC time now.
Were-
I'm sorry. Not all of them were in UTC time, but they were not exact.
Okay, so tell me about that.
So there was some of the times on the CCTV footage were not exact to the times in which were originally depicted. There's some are faster, some are slower. I believe it was by 9 minutes and 7 minutes.
Now you mentioned UTC time. What is UTC time?
UTC time is like used globally and is the most accurate depicted time that is available to humans, I guess you could say.
So is UTC time used in the United States?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're in Eastern Standard Time Zone?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what the difference is between Eastern Standard Time Zone and the UTC time?
Yes, we're off by, I believe it's 4 hours in the summer and 5 hours in the winter
So
in terms of UTC time.
okay. So we're looking at People's Exhibit 82A. So if there was a search at 12, it says 1/2/25, 12:48:00 p.m. UTC. Do you know what time approximately that would be for Eastern Standard Time?
So that would be in correlation to Eastern Standard Time, you have to add 4 to 5 hours. So in this case, with winter, I believe it's 4 hours. It could be 5. Don't quote me on that, but it is not correct in that is not accurately depict what time it is in terms of Eastern Standard Time.
I got this. I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Before you continue, can you put that exhibit up again, please? I just want to make sure I'm clear on it.
The 82A?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
This was a Google search, is that correct, of his phone?
Correct. These were the timestamp searches that were found in the, and as well, this is just a short summary of that.
Okay, Sergeant Lesprance, so the top one, December 22nd, 2021, 12:35:31 p.m. Are you indicating that the actual time would have been 4:35 p.m.?
4 or 5:35 p.m. Yes, sir. It's at least 4 hours. You guys go backwards. It's 4 or 5 hours in one direction or the other, Your Honor. It's not accurate to Eastern Standard Time. It's from this one.
I thought you had questioned just previous to that about the dumpsters, though, not about the Google search of his phone.
No, I asked what date the dumpsters were picked up, and then the next, when he.
I insinuated that I misspoke on that, Your Honor.
So the time that's depicted on those videos
Oh, I understand.
regarding the
confusion.
dumpsters, is that accurate?
That is accurate, that was the Eastern Standard Time local time. But the questioning was regarding whether the Hampton Court Apartments and the Colonial Village were synced at the same time. And I believe, and you can clarify, but the testimony was that some of the cameras were off by 9 or 7 minutes. We
Okay,
weren't
so
talking
the
about the
UTC time, it's not applicable to that, only
That's
regarding, exhibit 82A?
That's correct, I was only questioning about the UTC time with regard to the Google searches depicted in 82A, not the cameras. Apologize for that.
Ms. Ryan?
Detective Lesprance, I want to try to go in as much of a chronological order with my question as I possibly can. I have a report from you, it's really lengthy, so I'm kind of going off a lot on that. I have an entry on your report dated January 2nd, 2025.
Okay.
That might be maybe the first page or so of your report. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, you said you weren't involved in this investigation of the missing person of Ashley Elkins until maybe sometime on January 4th. And I just was wondering why there's information contained in your report about January 2nd.
So that's to reflect why Warren Police Department, we're in the city of Roseville, kind of tying everything together as to why we got involved with DeAndre Booker's apartment.
So you're just basing your report on what was reported by the Warren Police Department?
Some of it, yes, sir.
And did you have access to the reports of the Warren Police Department prior to, say, the afternoon of January 4th?
I did not have access to those reports at that time.
Were you in contact with the detective in charge of the missing person report on Ashley Elkins?
Yes, sir. Detective Baciano?
Yeah, that's who it was, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were you in contact with him at any time in January, January 2nd or January 3rd?
No, sir.
Had no contact with him whatsoever?
No, sir.
It's my understanding that on January 3rd of 2025, that your department took part in going to Mr. Booker's residence to do a welfare check or to see if Ashley Elkins was actually in his apartment on January 3rd, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did that get coordinated if it wasn't for you?
So they made contact with our command desk. In this case, it was Lieutenant Gurley and Sergeant Wozniak.
And so your department, my understanding is you sent some officers over to the apartment to like assist them in either the entering of the apartment or looking through the apartment?
Yeah, so if another jurisdiction comes into our city, we either assist them in standing by or assist them in whatever needs that they may have at that point.
Okay. And would I be correct in stating that at least 3 of officers from the Roseville Police Department took part in that sweep of Mr. Booker's apartment on the evening of January 3rd?
If you can tell me what the third officer was, I know Lieutenant Gurley, Sergeant Wozniak. If you could refresh my memory as to who the third one was.
I don't know the names. I think
Okay.
that that's Sekowski.
Okay, Stakowski. He could have been.
Yes.
Could have been, yes, sir.
All right. Now, had you been aware prior to the Roseville police officers assisting Warren in that search of the apartment that Warren had received information that from a cell phone that they had given to Warren that belonged to DeAndre Booker?
Are you asking that if I knew I had knowledge of that prior to?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as far as you know from the Warren detectives, that this phone was given to them by a friend of the family, LaShawn Ross, correct?
I don't know if it was LaShawn Ross. I just was told that it was given to Warren PD by members of the Elkins family.
And was your understanding that they were concerned because they had looked in the phone and saw the DoorDash order regarding the garbage bags?
Correct, sir.
Okay. And you know what time it was that that phone was delivered to the Warren Police Department?
I do not recall what time it was, no, sir.
And I'm assuming that Detective Bagiano would know that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any information before officers from Roseville went to the apartment on the evening of January 3rd, that members of the Elkins family had already been into the apartment?
No, sir. I had no knowledge of any events that transpired between us and Warren prior to me coming in on that Saturday before.
Okay. And again, that would be something for me to ask Detective Bagiano, who was probably at the
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. Did you, because your officers assisted in that protective sweep of the home to try to find?
Well, thank you. You are green, SD. You are green. Welcome to all the new members. Thank you so much, therapist. You are green. Yay, SD. Great, great, great. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, guys. I'm gonna put the thank you so much to thank you, Sir SD, Sir Girl. Thank you. You can't because you can't see it. Really? Wow. I don't know. It got up in your screen. We see that you green. We could definitely see it.
If Ms. Elkins was present, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because at that time, this was simply a missing persons investigation, correct?
That is correct.
And since somebody felt that she may have been at his apartment earlier or the day before, that she might still be there.
Correct, sir.
Now, did your officers who took part in that sweep, did they report back to you as to what they saw or found?
They didn't report directly back to me, no, sir. There were other command officers on scene. I wasn't a command officer, or I didn't hold that capacity or that level that they needed to report back to me at that moment in time. They just reported back to their command officers at that moment in time, and then they would depict their results in, or document their results in an incident report.
So, but I would take it that at some point in time when you took over this file, that you were informed of what they saw by either them talking to you or them filing reports, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that you summarized their findings in your own report, correct?
Somewhat, yes. Not entirely, but yes, a little bit.
Okay. Well, I would be correct in stating that you summarized that, at least as far as your officers who went into the apartment on the evening of January 3rd, that nobody was found to be in the residence, correct?
That's correct.
And that there were no signs of any foul play, according to your officers, correct?
That's correct.
And that the officers also determined that there were no signs of any struggle within the apartment on the evening of January 3rd, correct?
That's correct.
And even though they found a bottle of bleach and garbage bags located in the apartment, all of the Roseville personnel there did not observe an odor of bleach emanating from anywhere in the apartment, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And as far as you knew, the door to Mr. Booker's apartment was open when they did his protective sweep, correct?
Correct, sir. It was unsecured.
Now, you found out on January 4th that Mr. Booker had called the Macomb County Sheriff's Department about a complaint regarding people going in and out of his apartment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did you get a recording of that conversation that he had with dispatch at the Macomb Sheriff's Department?
I don't recall.
Do you know when he called the Sheriff's Department, was it January 4th or January 5th?
I believe I have it written in my report here. If you give me 1 second. January 4th at 14:34 hours, sir.
Okay. So that would be about a little after 2:30 in the afternoon of January 4th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your conversations with Mr. Booker, did he also tell you that he had called a maintenance person at the apartment complex to go check and lock his door
Yes, sir.
because of these people coming in and out?
Correct.
And he had told you that he had saw this posted on Facebook, people coming in and out of his apartment on January 3rd or January 4th.
Yes, sir.
Did you, as part of your job, listen to the call from Mr. Booker to the Macomb Sheriff's Department?
If I did, I don't recall, but to my knowledge, I did not.
He didn't give his consent to the Macomb County Sheriffs to go into his apartment, did he?
I'm gonna object to hearsay, and he said he didn't listen to the call, so it was speculation.
That's my client's statement, so it's not hearsay.
Well, it is, it's statement by a party opponent, he's not a party opponent, it's the people of the state of Michigan versus DeAndre Booker. Your client's own statement is not a party opponent, but it's also speculation because Sergeant Lesprance said he doesn't believe he listened to the call. So he wouldn't be able to testify to the content.
You have no recollection of listening to that phone call?
No, sir, I don't.
Sustained.
Did when did you exactly become involved in this investigation?
After Officer Nabozny, Officer Bayarsky, and a few other officers went in the second time when they knocked and announced their presence, the door became ajar. They performed it would now be the second protective sweep of the residence. That's when Officer Nabozny located the blood stains and spatter and drops. They notified Sergeant Chuella, who was the OIC at the time, of what they had and what their findings were. And then Sergeant Chuella advised them to back out of the apartment, in which then I was notified and contacted by Sergeant Chuella and Detective Lieutenant Beamer.
Who was it that gave the order to the officers from Roseville to go into his apartment to do a protective sweep on the afternoon of January 4th?
I don't know that anybody gave them permission per se, but it's just standard protocol that we do a secondary search for people that may be unable to seek for help or call for help, or someone that may be in dire need of police assistance.
Okay, but your officers had been in there the night before, correct? And they found nobody in the place, and they also found no signs of any struggle or any foul play, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So why would they go into the apartment again the next afternoon?
They had a police run dispatch call for service there.
Who made that run for service? This was based on Mr. Booker's call to the sheriff's department?
Correct, sir. He asked, per my report, he asked that officers go and check his residence for a break-in. I have DeAndre requested officers check his residence for a break-in. The Macomb County Sheriff's Office transferred the call to Roseville Police Dispatch Center, and officers were again dispatched to the residence of 26069 Pinehurst Street, Apartment 202, Building V.
And you don't remember the phone call, correct?
Correct,
This is
sir.
your interpretation of what you were told by somebody else?
No, that was per Officer Nabozny and per the command staff that notified us on that day. That there was a police
We
run
talked
there.
command staff, who would that have been?
Sergeant Chuella.
So Sergeant Truella was the command officer that told other officers to go see if there was a break-in at
No, sir.
Mr.
DeAndre Booker asked us to go to his apartment.
Well, who did he ask?
Our dispatch. He said, "Can you send officers to my apartment to check his residence for a break-in?" He called. The call was transferred from Macomb County Dispatch 911 to Roseville Sarisa Dispatch 911.
So it was a Roseville dispatcher who actually talked to him, not the Macomb County Sheriff's Office?
They both did. Macomb County Sheriff's 911 dispatchers originally took the call, routed it to Roseville dispatchers, just because they're not in the city of Roseville. We have our own dispatch.
And is there a tape of this phone call to Roseville as opposed to the tape I have from the Macomb County Sheriff's Office?
I'm sure there is. I don't know if it's still available or not, or not. I don't recall ever having it.
And don't recall whether or not a copy was sent to me?
To my, I don't know. It may have been. I'm not sure. I've sent you hundreds of pieces of evidence, so that could have been in there.
But since you didn't hear it yourself or don't remember it, you don't know for sure whether he said to go into my apartment specifically or to just lock the door.
No, sir, I don't know.
And when your officers were there, didn't a maintenance man from the apartment complex come there while your officers was there and said he got a call to basically lock the door?
Correct.
Objection,
And
hearsay.
didn't your officers?
Hold on a second, objection.
I'm objecting to hearsay and what the maintenance man said, as well as speculation, as he's asking what somebody said to somebody else who was then, which was then relayed to the officer.
Ryan?
Your Honor, I don't know that it's offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, just as to what their actions were before and after.
Sustain the objection because it calls for hearsay in that the question is whether the officers were told by a maintenance man that he was there to lock the door. Go ahead.
So on both the night of January 3rd and the afternoon of January 4th, officers from Roseville and from Warren, at least on January 3rd, went into Mr. Booker's apartment without a search warrant, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And then after Officer Nabozny informed you of what he found in the apartment on January 4th, that's when you got involved and started to get together a search warrant, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Were your officers still in the afternoon of January 4th assisting Warren in trying to locate the whereabouts of Ashley Elkins?
We were not assisting Warren at that time. We only did on January 3rd when Warren PD came into our city looking for Ashley at DeAndre Booker's residence. So on January 4th, to answer your question, sir, no, we were not assisting them. We were doing things that mattered to Roseville PD.
Okay. Well, did you know that Warren had gotten a call, some kind of a tip from somebody contacting Monica Elkins in the afternoon of January 4th, saying that Ashley was being held at a residence on Eileen Street in Detroit?
I was made aware of that after January 4th, to my knowledge, sir.
Do you know if any of the, do you know whether or not the City of Detroit Police Department went out to that address to check to see if Ashley Elkins was there?
Yes, they did.
All right. And were you aware that they weren't allowed to enter the home by whoever was
That's correct, sir.
residing? Do you know whether or not any of those police officers from the city of Detroit contacted officers from your department about whether or not they wanted to issue a search warrant for that location in Detroit to find Ms. Elkins?
I believe we were contacted. We just didn't feel that there was enough evidence to support a search warrant or obtain a search warrant to go into the residence of Eileen Street just by someone's word of mouth saying she was there.
Did you make that decision, or did somebody else at your department make that decision?
I did not make that decision, sir.
You know if it was Sergeant Truella?
No, sir. I couldn't tell you who made that decision. I would be the one that would draft the search warrant if we were to go in that house on Eileen Street. I was never told to do so.
Do you know if somebody at your department contacted the officers in Detroit that afternoon and told them specifically, no, we're not coming out?
I don't recall if they did.
Now, I'm looking at your report, and it looks like it's written in chronological order.
Correct, sir.
So, am I correct in that?
Yes, sir.
As much as you could
Yes, sir.
do it that way? And I see that after you, would I be correct in stating that the Roseville police officers on January 4th went into Mr. Booker's apartment sometime in the afternoon, about 2:30, 2:40 in the afternoon?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And that you went in with a search warrant on January 4th, sometime around 8 o'clock that evening, correct?
I couldn't tell you the exact time. I just know it was the evening of January 4th. That's it.
And after you had, you were present when the officers were executing the search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after you got done collecting any evidence or looking around, you did also look for some video ring camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that took some time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, watching some video from that evening, it looks like you leave the apartment complex sometime close to 9 o'clock at night on January 4th.
To be honest with you, sir, I don't remember the time. It could be 9 o'clock. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. And then you went back to the Roseville Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir. After the search warrant was completed, we got done speaking with the neighbor who held the ring footage. Myself and Detective Lieutenant Beamer went back to the Roseville Police Department. That is correct.
All right. And when you, is that when you first called DeAndre Booker? Is that your first call to him?
Correct.
So it was sometime later in the evening after 9 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that call was recorded, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would I be correct in stating that based upon the search warrant and the evidence that was found on the search warrant on the night of January 4th, that DeAndre Booker had become a suspect in the disappearance of Ms. Elkins?
At that time, he was not a suspect yet. No, sir.
And when you called him on January 4th, you were calling him in response to his call to the Macomb County Sheriff's Department earlier in the day, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And in fact, one of the first things you say on that recording is that I'm calling about you stated someone may have been broken into your apartment. You think it is your ex-girlfriend's family, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And at that,
We're gonna take a break from this case at 3 o'clock. I have 2 other matters I have to take, so 5 more minutes.
and when you had this first conversation with Mr. Booker, he was complaining to you about all these people coming in and out of this apartment, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And he told you specifically that they went inside his apartment without his consent, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you started to question him about Ashley and what time she may have come over and what time she may have left, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he tell you during that conversation that he had the maintenance guy there waiting to lock the door, but they wouldn't let him do it because they said it was a crime investigation?
He did make that utterance to me. Yes, sir.
And you asked him if, to his knowledge, and you asked him where he was, correct?
Yes, sir.
In that first conversation?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he was in Flint?
Yes, sir.
And you asked him about whether or not he knew if Ashley was driving a silver car, and he told you that as far as he knows, yes?
Correct.
And were you trying to get Mr. Booker to come and meet with you in that first conversation by telling him, hey, you know, I agree with you, they shouldn't, that was illegal for them to enter into your apartment, and we'll pursue charges for that, but you got to come in and meet with me so we can file a formal complaint, correct?
That's correct.
Did he also tell you during that first conversation that he was leaving his apartment because he was getting evicted because he had been laid off and hadn't paid rent in a couple months?
That's correct, sir.
And is it true that some of your officers found an eviction notice in his apartment when they searched it?
I believe they did. Yes, sir.
And you also let Mr. Booker know in that conversation that you guys had found some blood in his apartment, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you told him that there's little bits of blood drops at the bottom of the cabinet in the bathroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
And It looks like a little smear on the wall, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told him that the blood looks old to you, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Mr. Mooney, I want to take a break. Just because I have the jail waiting for us and a few others, so
That's
we'll
fine.
come back in 10, 15 minutes. Okay, okay.
Old, in your opinion, third was
Mr. Lang, you were,
Hey guys, so I think I got it paused at a good spot. It's almost time for my taxi duties, right? Got to pick that girl up for that girl, aka my daughter from cheer practice, right? So, we'll plan. I'll send out something for Sunday prior to the show. Before I go on Catch Up Hines' show. If you need the link to that show, go in the description. Yeah, mommy duties, right? She'll be like, don't be late. Don't be late. Like, right? I'd be like, as soon as I thought that you was gonna be catching the bus, now you staying at the school, so now you don't catch the bus. Great. It's perfect. Just great. Just wonderful. But it's okay. We only got about I think less than an hour and a half of this. So I'll send out the notification for Sunday, and we will just stream that before I go on the show that they invited me on. I did put the for Catch Up Man Hines. I did put the link on the community board. So if anybody wants to see it on the or come over and visit while I'm on there, that would be awesome. I would appreciate for the Sweet Pea gang to show up and show them how we be on our best behavior and how we get out here in these streets, right? And it's going to be at 6:00 Eastern Standard Time. So if you're available, awesome. If not, then I'll definitely see you on Monday if you don't catch any of the streams on Sunday. Once again, I want to thank the mods. I want to thank all the chat, everybody who hung in here. We played a little musical chairs, but it kind of worked all out for the good. So we were able to cover both of the trials, both of our trials today. Next week will be pretty busy. We have the Fulio trial. That should be action-packed. We will also have Donna Adelson coming up next week, which we all know should be action-packed, right? So we got a lot of good stuff coming up, a lot of good things to be involved with, a lot of courtrooms to see. And I'm excited. Like, we're going to be busy bees next week. Busy, 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 busy. So yeah, everybody knows that they were in the right place today, right? Where there's no filters, no fluff, just facts, so you can be the judge. All right, guys, have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. If I don't see you on Sunday, if I see you on Sunday, great. If not, I will see you on Monday. Have a good one, guys.